going on? Have fun my pawn here, and welcome back to Warhammer Rogue Trader. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we had just nuked the planet, and ultimately just ended up getting out of the system before things got even more crazy than they already did. Of course, heretical things were on our list of agenda to get rid of, so it works out in the end. I did forget a few things that I am currently trying to catch up with in another save that I got set up, but whether I'm able to catch up and solve those small tidbits in order to get the result I desire, that's another thing entirely. We'll have to see how far we get, but that is something I'll have to do in my free time, and I've done as best as I could, so yeah. Without further ado, let's just get into things and see what happens. Because right now we're going to footfall, I believe. That's going to be fun. Alrighty. Okay, so it has been quite a bit since we've last sorted this game. Let's check our journal. Scout the planet. Scout the planets the message board was sent from. Okay. Patterned spirits, astray, and classified info. I guess we'll start with classified information. The rogue trader's cogitator on the bridge once belonged to Theodore von Valencius. Pascal is sure it can be used to decrypt in this discovered databank. So I guess we start by talking with yeah, I guess we talk with Pascal to start with.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Pascal, shrouded in his crimson robe, greets you with a soft voice synthesized by the Vox system. The mechadendrites glowing out of the tech priest back swivel in your direction as if examining you with curiosity. Let's actually hold off. I don't think that's a conversation we need to have with him. Alright, let's turn it on. The reflections of the bridge lights are playing on the unlit vid screens of the cogitator. Next to the machine stands a hunched tech priest who bows at your approach, his body near folding in half. Lord Cap, the machine spirit of this mechanism is slumbers. We wish to awaken it, use the key of your blood. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? My designation is IH-630. The tech priest points his only mechadendrite at the machine beside him. The venerated Engineer Prime has entrusted this sacred mechanism into my care. It is now my duty to assist him in the rogue trader's understanding of the hallowed code. Alright. The servitor's powerful jaws close around your hand with a screeching clack. You feel the cold metal pierce your skin and draw blood. The vid screen in front of you flickers restlessly, filling with numerical combinations. The tech priest by the cogitator nods curtly. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, O Captain. Pascal has informed me that the system has encrypted data stored inside. I wish to know its contents. Without another word, the tech priest turns to the cogitator. He raises his hands, and a prayer binaric code pours out of his Vox device. The servo motors and the bowels of the machine grow louder, its undulating hum responding to his chants. Numerical combinations run down the screen. Alright. Scanning. Thurreg 789.0344. Rest init. Ident 10256. NOM-OS operate response off. Almost operate response repo. Okay. The machine spirit has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged. The tech priest stops abruptly, and the green glow of his visor narrows. Registering intact segments. Machine spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiavagama and Darkonis hold certain data repositories. Mechanism is ready to provide the rogue trader data keys that can unlock said repositories. What data repositories? That remains hidden. The encrypted databank belonged to the esteemed Theodora von Valencius. He was the only one that had known these repositories. Perhaps the former Engineer Prime could also have known, unless I accept his code. If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be most prudent of a figure as eminent as rogue traders store her classified data in receptacles most secure. How do I accept these keys? Cogitator screen links. The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of the House von Valencius by means of an hypodermic tattoo on it. You are ready to accept the key. Place your hand inside the servitor's mouth. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist. But the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The electro that has been planted inside your wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. Tell me more about the caches. The Duck Priest's augmented fingers dart around the control panel. The Omnissiah favors you. Machine Spirit is willing to commence the calculation procedure. That could restore the lost data. Alrighty. Tell me, Darkonis. The data has been restored, but it is only a single phrase. Litanies of the motive force. That is all the sacred mechanism was able to salvage. And Kiavagama? Blessed are the Omnissiah's deeds. The repository on Kiavagama has a security system card. Machine spirits have recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses. Alright. Now, the tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanica has been able to discern how the ship was able to start her warp engines. The Engineer Prime spends hours pursuing the quest for knowledge in hopes of comprehending the nature of said miracle. May the Omnissiah grace guide him on his journey. Alright. Sounds like a juicy plan. Alright. From here, we can... I guess we'll talk with Idra to give me an idea of what to do. Idra, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. You ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut. If it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Idra bares her teeth in a savage grin, a verbal gleam in her eye. You seem to have a very strong reaction to what Argenta said by the broken lens.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch. After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door, what I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
And what does it all mean?
If I knew, I would have told you. Hearing things clearly requires cooperation from the other person, you know. But that cobra just hisses and spits its venom at me. I don't trust her one bit.
Maybe we should warn Argenta?
Oh yeah, you go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her? Or maybe the danger's coming from her.
Alright, we failed the perception test. It was a very difficult test, though, so it's to be expected. But that's a fine thing because we can always load, but we are obviously not going to be doing more. Well, I can just quickly speed through this, it's fine. Pain 2 is currently where that file that I'm trying to catch up with is. So I'll have to save on Pain 3 for a while. At least until I can eke out just enough dogmatic points just to, well, and dealing with everything else to get the job done. But I digress. Alright. Alright, succeed, succeed. Alright. Well, I'll leave that specific conversation for later until I get more higher perception, but I'll still ask about this.
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less
What
if
awaits
some
my
eggheads measured my
what awaits me in
brains
the
on-
future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idara laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face.
Another road. The road begins at the threshold of the expanse and leads to the bowels of the emerging world.
Reading the threads of fate is not meant for you, slave of the enthroned corpse. Step into the embrace of doom, for thus was it preordained by the architect of fates.
Idara turns gray and begins gasping for breath. A foreign voice tears its way out of her rasping throat. The deep, heavy rumbling of a distant avalanche.
That wasn't me. I swear on everything that's holy. I don't know what the second road is or who watches over it, but I beg you, stay away from it.
Idara sucks in a breath and coughs. Something pale, wriggling, flies out of her mouth and hits the floor. White maggots that immediately melt and turn to smoke. Damn. This is what happens when you go dogmatic, so yeah, that's gonna be fun. I've learned that there are caches left by Theodora somewhere on Dargonis and Kiapakama. Do you know anything about this?
Me? Not a clue, Lord Captain. I don't know who Lady Theodora would have told about a thing like that, but it definitely wasn't me. Why would you whisper that to me now? Why?
She breaks off, appearing to listen to something. Grief passes over her face like a shadow.
Lord Captain, I don't know anything about caches or Lady Theodora's secrets, but the voices have just reminded me about something. I was once given the chance to try some real wine. Lady Theodora gave me some. Not just any old synthetic booze, but her favorite plonk. She always drank it in her palace. It was golden in color, and its name was Flame of Purity. A silly name, but the flavor was so intense, and like nothing I'd ever tasted before or since. Apologies. It's probably not important, but I don't know anything more than that.
I see.
Of course.
Alright, from here, let's see what else is there. But we've dealt with that. We got to find the hidden caches. Let's go to footfall, I guess. There's no reason to not, after all. Let's see what's in the current expanse for us, and we'll go from there. Of course, I could do the whole rest thing, but I digress. Or cotton. Ivori's voice over the box sounds weary rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails, and the telemetry shows a trail of micro-batteries, they're not here for a chinwag. Ready to issue orders and to prepare for battle at your command. Where do they come from? Why haven't you noticed them before? The rubbish of Ferdonus, and I'm not talking about the wrecks that are about to open fire. I mean the remains of meteorites, gas clouds, refuse from the shipyards. It's all bunches together, and the smaller ships hide behind it to harass ships as they emerge from the warp. Could it be the work of Kunrad Vodkvir? The silence of the Vox lasts for several seconds. It's possible. He could have hired some scum, or maybe it's just a pirate who saw the state of our ship and decided to push his luck. On my order, let's combat. And because we have upgraded our armor, we should be in a better state compared to most ships.
I'll be your beacon in the darkness.
So, yeah. Ship combat is going to be a little bit more difficult, obviously, because we are on the most brutal difficulty. So we just have to embrace that as we go. Okay. We'll start with a bit of movement here. This will get us here. Alright. We'll throw down yet another missile here.
Sing their deadly litany.
And we can do a... Well, I guess we can face this way. This is probably best to indicate how we're doing. We're just gonna keep moving this way.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
And let's see, if we move 2 up here, we get in range.
I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
Alright. And we'll let the Cobra Destroyer come our way here. Okay, our shields are taking some hits. We get hit really hard here. Unfortunately, we can't really hit them, so we're going to have to do a swing run.
Set course, all haste.
A swing run will allow us to make a full U-turn. Okay, we're going to make a move here. And we're not going to move any farther. We're going to let ourselves get into a position where we can just basically pelt him like crazy. Alrighty. Alright, we're going to move specifically here. This will give us the best edge that we can do here. There we go.
The macro cannons roar.
And bada boom. Done. Easy peasy. We did suffer some damage, but that's unavoidable given our current shielding, so we'll just have to be glad that we managed to survive with that much. We'll do a quick hull repair. And there we go. We're basically good. Okay, let's save here. I will save under Pain 3. Well, no, I can save under Stream 9. There we go. That should be good enough. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. The Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Alter Tempus, Calyxus X-17 Sanctuary, has no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of Adeptus Mechanicus' privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Okay, so we can't go to the altar. We can go here, though, and begin our scan. Nothing here, but it does get us some experience. And we are met with Drusus's blessing. Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus's blessing with a small escort dead ahead. They are requesting a direct Vox channel. Patching it through. The Vox channel clicks, and after a brief pause, a dry, low voice hails you. Greetings, Lord Captain. I'm honored to speak with the rogue trader of House Von Valentius. May your name be known through the ages. Charis Captain Orestus Swordfast, bearer of the free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? How can I be of service? What are you doing here? We developed supply routes for the Charis. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet and a part of the Imperium territory. Yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with wayfarers in need of regular ship repairs, and those who are interested in specialized goods. Tell me your, let's see the goods. But yeah, no, basically these guys give you some high-quality gear if you're able to, expend the resources for, ships. So always come in, you'll get something nice for the trouble, so let's see. We'll go by cost. But yeah. Void Pirate trophies are usually what they go for, so if you're willing to sell anything, sell the trophies. Because you'll get some decent rep with them. You can sell some other stuff like that and fuel. So let's trade the ship components and we'll sell 10 fuel units just so we can actually get the next level. Although that probably wasn't a good idea, so let's actually load that. Yeah, let's just grab what we need. We won't need to upgrade that until we get some more trophies. I don't want to waste all my points on that after all. Okay. Scanning this will get us 50 EXP. Going to Drusus' Blessing, we can quickly talk with them. Alright, we just purchased this. And go from there. From where do you source your Where do you source the components you sell? Well, over now. Yeah, there's no reason to ask those. Let's just go to footfall. It's fine. Alright. Let's save here. And now it's time to decide who comes with us onto footfall. Alright, let's unselect everybody. We can't really select, yeah, so we're going to go with Ignatious. Abelard's going to be our tank. We want Cassia to mitigate the warp. Kabila and Pascal is a good damage dealer, and we'll have Argenta as backline damage. There we go. And Pascal does have some a support companion now, so that's going to be interesting to see what happens with that, because I've not actually seen that happen. Or I've not seen it be played out yet. Here we are, though. Here we are. The welcome procession is not particularly long, but it does attract attention. Everyone is dressed in their finest apparel, every button gleaming. Standing in front of the others is a woman with a clearly expensive implants. She bows in solemn courtesy. Rogue Trader, footfall welcomes you. On behalf of the Liege Lord Vladimir Torkara, allow me to express my joy at your arrival. The Liege awaits you in his residence, but should you have other business to conduct on the station, I will be honored to serve as your guide. Cassia's lips curl slightly. It's so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their attention. What's the situation on footfall? There are certain problems, your lordship, but the Liege can acquaint you with them far better than I. Behind her polite, soft tone, you detect a slight hint of nervousness. It is as if she is reciting a reply she has carefully prepared beforehand. I really should talk to the Liege about this. She doesn't get a chance to say the rest.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome? I will cast you into eternal darkness.
Alrighty.
I will level you.
We're gonna put Argenta here. Ignatius can go here. Abelard, we want you on the front line, causing a ruckus and being an overall brute, like usual. We'll have to have Cassia act and give Abelard an extra turn. And in fact, I might actually move Ignatius over to half cover here, just so Cassia can get some full cover. Cabela, specifically, is going to move here, because she can actually jump over to other end and deal with the armored Afners. So that's what I'm banking on, really. Alrighty. But we are given some boons here. And let's start by organizing a little bit, because we've got a few interesting things here. So this is going to be our back line, basically. Oh, I could use R to rotate. Perfect. That actually makes this way better. Okay, so the rear we want
Isn't this a
to
job
be
for the
there.
serfs?
The back line is going to be
If
here,
I may.
so that way we get some more cover efficiency. The front line is going to be over where Abelard is. And we actually want it
I'm not
here
accustomed to being
specifically, so
ordered
that way we can
around.
actually have Abelard go. We are going to give Abelard Revel
Isn't
Lights.
this a job for the serfs?
We'll also give him a voice command
Me?
to make him go a
If you
little,
insist, Lord Captain.
to give him a bit of a boost. And then we'll
I am a
activate Bring It
navigator,
Down.
not a servitor.
We activate
At your
Brace for
beck and
Impact here, just to give him a bit of a bulk. We activate Endure.
It will be done.
1 second. Alright, I need to do something real quick, but I will be back shortly. For now, though, I will do this, so that way I can taunt these guys.
At your beck and call.
And I am then going to move over
Tried
here,
and tested tactics are
put
the
myself
best
into a
ones.
good position, and then I'm
I
just going
will
to whack
do.
the Abner stuff here. There we go. I'll end my turn and then be back shortly. Oh, right, I forgot to move Pascal. That's my bad. Okay, apologies for the delay. I am now back. Let's get back into things. Alright, Argenta. She is going to be a very interesting individual. Right, she has the Hunt Down Prey, which is going to be a very interesting way to handle enemies from now on. We'll set that there. Revel and Slaughter is going to be a very important part of her kits. So I'm sure that's going to be very interesting to handle. But yeah. I can mark any person in combat as prey, and whenever I mark the person, you get a bonus. You gain a temporary wounds depending on who you target, I suppose, for 1. We'll start by doing this.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
It has 3 charges at the start of combat, so I'm going to start with the 3 Avner thugs here.
I'll do it.
There we go. Okay, I guess we'll swap over this.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And we'll just pelt at these guys. There we go. We get some temp HP as a result of that, so that's good. And I don't want to do Furious Recital yet. I will save that for later. Ooh, that's nasty.
There is only the Emperor's judgment. Yours or mine.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah. Ow!
Poor girl.
God, that was brutal. I think we need to reload. Yeah, that was extremely brutal. Damn. I'm gonna need to back up a bit. Or at least I'm gonna need to back up with a few of the characters here. Alright. Stick with the same units. Off we go. Yeah, that was a shotgun straight to the face. That was nasty. I might have to move Cassia over to the other ends. Wrong strategy, right intentions.
Hey, newcomers!
Alrighty.
For the faithful.
Alright, so instead we want Cassia over here. We're gonna have Argenta here. I will have Ignatious go over here in the back. Abelard, same position. Pascal, we're going to have him move closer here. As for his servitor, I guess it's just going to be with him. In fact, I'm going to have Pascal go here. His servitor will be right here, I guess, for now. And then Cabela, I will have over here as planned. Alright. Okay. Alright, so front line should definitely be here, at least.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go. Back line gets cover efficiency and dodge reduction. So here. And the rear, I will have Ignatius go for, because he's going to do some extremely powerful damage if I let him go. Can I nuke these armored antlers, though? That's the question, huh? I could, do a burst of damage, though. Like this. Yeah, let's do it this way. Do a burst of damage here. Get some burn down. That'll also destroy their cover as well and do some burn. Should at least get rid of some of them. And then I'll give, someone an extra turn. I give Ignatius or Argenta... Well, I give Ignatius or Cabela a turn, but I don't think that's logical. Or that's gonna get done. So what we'll do instead is have Abelard taunt. We're gonna have him taunt this direction, so that way the armored Avners are focused on him. We'll activate this. We'll activate Endure here. And we'll move here.
It will be done.
There we go. That'll have to do. Alright, Pascal. We're going to have him... Let's see, what does he have? He has relocation and reactive. Let's see. Reactive is going to help bring back somebody from unconsciousness. Expose weakness isn't really a great ability, but we have it all the same, so we've got to make use of it when we can. Set this here, set this here. And then, of course, we got relocation. We'll have it move here.
Abide in the host of blessed creations
There we
of
go.
the Messiah.
We'll move here. I could do Machine Spirit Communion, or I could attack one enemy. I'm going to do this. There we go. Yeah, I might as well target this. There we go. Tactical Knowledge, and then we will do an AoE. Or do we? I guess target you.
Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
And that's a dodge. Unfortunate, but that's fine. Alright, Kabila has been given some fancy stuff. Okay. We're gonna move this over to the side. Alright. Okay. Choose an enemy in their line of sight and marks an additional opening on this enemy. I guess I'll start with you.
Demand.
Okay, I'm going to
The
hop here.
shadows will see it done. I will leave footprints of
Okay,
scarlet.
we'll move here. I'll activate
shall
Captivate
not fail.
Audience.
As honor ordains.
Here we go. And I could pelt them, but I'm actually going to do Acrobatic Artistry, so that way I jump back. And we'll swap over to a sword and board. Or sword and gun, for now. Just to give some more defense.
Show me what you've got.
Oh.
I've suffered worse.
Hey.
Hydraulics available.
Oh god, Avalar took 20 damage. That was painful. Okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright. We'll activate Furious Recital just so we've got the best chances here. Let's start by nailing the armored. Pascal really suffers some damage. We're going to need to heal him at some point. But we should be fine for now. And we'll pelt these guys. There we go. And that'll just have to do. Because Pascal's in a really bad spot, but can't really be helped. Alright, Bloodstained Amelia, though, is going to be our target this time. I'm going to move over here, because this will just give me enough of a chance to taunt these two, at least. Make us a better,
At your beck and
make it
call.
easier to target. Fail to hit, that's fine. For an
Victory
enemy,
is imminent.
and then we will shield
At your
bash,
beck and call.
even if we do not hit. Alright, it's now our turn. And I'm left with, where it hurts. If the target of the Executioner's next successful attack is suffering any damage over time effects, for each effect it must make the relevant resistance check. To remove it with a penalty equal to Executioner's Meterk divided by 10. If failed, they immediately suffer 3 instances of damage of the effect, 2 if it's a burst or area attack. This damage is dealt after all other effects from the attack are applied. The damage over time effects are removed from the target until the end of the round. Target not affected by damage over time effects. So I can't target necessarily them. I can't reach those guys. I'm going to move over to here, so I've got full cover. I am then going to do where it hurts. And this is specifically for next successful attack. I'll mark them with status ailments. I'm going to give Pascal a bit of a boost, because goodness knows he needs it.
Actions will speak louder than words.
And then, assuming Ignite works as intended...
I will not be deterred.
Yeah, she suffers 3 instances of that damage. Yeah, that Warp Burn really nukes him down. So yeah, I could just use this every single time, and that's gonna inflict Warp Burn of a severe degree. So that'll be fun. Oh god.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Good job, Abelard.
Integrity failure detected.
Oh,
Let's get to it.
Pascal's suffering quite a bit, that's fine.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Alrighty. We'll have Cassia move over here.
Military tactics.
We can do a lidless stare across here. No reason to not.
I am
This will get rid of the majority causing problems. Or at the very least, get rid of a significant portion of their problems. We'll move the front line over here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
We will have to deal with that as is, though. And I guess Pascal is going to have to suffer a little bit, so we'll just give him a bit of a boost just to heal him up a little bit. But, can only do so much. I guess we'll do this just to weakness the... Yeah, let's just weaken Bloodstained Amelia a little bit. That's the best that we can really do. Pascal, we need you to get a heal in. We will send your servitor unit here. And we'll get you behind cover. Is what I would say if there was cover that you could get behind, but not really. The best I can logically do is... I can't even go there. Well, the best I can do is go here, so that's what I'm going to do. It's not ideal, but it will have to do. I'll just increase the stacks of blood on Bloodstained Amelia. And off we go.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Let's see if I can't make a
Trust me.
easier shot here. Perfect. I meant to do this. Oh well. Here we go. And I
As
guess
the
we can do
tanks
this,
demand.
even if it does hurt the servitor. Yeah, it's fine.
Here we go.
Alright, Argenta. We'll activate Revel and Slaughter here.
Is worthless.
And we're gonna start pelting the thugs in the distance, I suppose. We can't really get her to affect any hunted enemies, so I guess for now... Yeah, let's just do it normally. Here we go. And we can activate Firearm Heroics, why not?
I refuse. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor comes eradicated,
Here we go.
doubt is for the weak. I will not.
Here we go.
A tactically sound approach.
Alright. Taunt. Can't really reach them, so I'm going for you. There we go.
It will be done.
Make
I will
you
do
the
my
next
duty.
targets, but we'll just reduce into damage here. Then
Reduced to
helps
dust.
you. Get rid of you, basically. Alright, Ignatious.
And
Well,
so
there's no
shall it
reason
be
to not
done.
activate where it hurts. Let's see. We haven't buffed up Abelard, so we'll quickly do that.
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
And then we just ignite here. And that nukes him for serious amounts of damage.
Let's get to it.
And that just leaves the Afner folk here, and yeah. Let's actually... Yeah, let's move Cassia back here. I can give Ignatius some turns, so I'm
Isn't this
actually
a
going
job
to do
for the
that real quick.
serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me. If you insist, Lord
There
Captain.
we go, and
Isn't
extra
this a
turn.
job for the serfs?
Alrighty.
And so
Just
it
nuke
shall
the
be
Avner folk
done.
down. That's 100 of damage, which is ridiculous. But hey, we do well. I'm actually not getting any veil degradation because of this, which is fun.
Heavy is the tread of
What
his
even
faithful.
does these server skulls do. Yeah, I don't know what they do, so I can't really say. The hell did I do? Oh. Alright, well anyways. Let's move her over. We'll target
the shadows
you.
Will see it done.
The most we
As
can
on
do is
our old
this.
days.
And that's a dodge, but it does get them in the opening. It would be a surprise if I can actually land this toxic needle, which would be fun.
Trust me.
But if it doesn't, it doesn't. Yep, that's fine.
Out of my way!
Alrighty. Argenta activates Revel and Slaughter.
The
She goes
enemies
into
of the
full cover,
Emperor
and
will
she
be
should be able to
undone.
get the kill.
I'll do it. None can escape the
Surprise
Emperor's
attacks
judgment.
do seem to be our bane, though. Just from the looks of it, and I don't know. I have some weird feelings on it. The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor, protect me. They killed. A gang of puny thugs attacked me. The Emperor's anointed, rogue traitor von Valencius. Their poorly organized attempt on my life can only be seen as a personal affront. I would wager this was not an assassination attempt, but rather a common raid. The half-wits had no idea they would run into your Lord Captain. Still, it wouldn't hurt to be on our guard. The greats have been known to fall to the pathetic. We can attest to this from our recent experience. Abelard frowns and rubs the ridge of his nose as if fatigued. Your lordship, those guys were Avners. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Takara. He glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear. Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Avners. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Go and report this to the Liege. Yes. I'm sorry, lordship. Just go report to the Liege. They killed her. Killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Well, at least the loot's worthwhile, I'm wagering. At least it's going to be better than we've gotten thus far. So we can expect a nice, heavy payout, depending on what we do. Obviously, though, we're going to need to quickly head to the Void Ship real quick. We'll collect all. We're going to temporarily leave the location so we can restore our, well, get rid of the wounds, if anything, because that's all we really care about. Although I really do need to bulk up, I really do need to help our tech priest. Good God, does he not have anything going for him. Alrighty. Let's go back out. But yeah, we do want to minimize the amount of injuries we suffer here, so all better that we do this real quick. Unit Opticon 22 extends his official greeting and invites you to a Synchronous communion. Conversion point, Dock Alpha, Row. Topic of communication, discharge of contact Logicar Theta. Alrighty.
Let us walk this path to the end.
You are authorized.
I am curious as to what his servitor is capable of, though. Like, I haven't seen it do anything in combat. Oh well. I'm sure there's, like, perks associated to it, so we'll have to learn about those as time goes on. Apparently I'll have better dodge if I'm not in cover, so I should probably do that more often. Alternatively, I just wear this and have the less armor, which I'm probably going to do. Let's see. Compared to the other armor that Pascal has, this is probably better. And considering Pascal's never really going to be in cover, it's probably for the best that we give him this. Yes, he does have the vestments, which give him 27 armor, but the vestments aren't that good. Let's go by type in descending order. Casting chestplates gives us 2 deflection, which is nice. Okay. This would give us parry against melee attacks, but not by much, yeah. You're good with the fencing body glove. You'll be good with the ritual vestments there. Let's see what else we got. This would probably be better than attack use, so we're going to swap over to these. This is going to give Pascal the boost of reducing somebody's weapon skill. We'll keep the armor boost on him, because goodness knows he needs the armor. Alrighty. Oh, we were also given the Herald Servo Skull, which is nice. Yeah. Never hurts to have the Herald Servo Skull. Just a fun little trinket. You also got the Cherub. An artificial mechanical creation of the Magos Bios tech priests. Based on their uploaded doctrines, cherubs can perform various menial tasks for their masters.
This is beyond me.
There we go. And we'll take off 1 grenade so that way we can have a healing. In fact... yeah, I should only need 1 medkit for us, specifically.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Alright, let's save here. We've managed to at least do what we came here to do and break into footfall, as it were.
Know your duty.
The holy book by the altar, that void damned customs guy. Is it okay? Guess what? And hanger by the window. Remember the battle to the Emperor through the window. And then we got a commerce check, which we will quickly see if we can't succeed.
My house would be proud of me.
At first glance, these look like standard containers, but their frames have been reinforced and their ceiling improved to keep the smell in. They're used to transport contraband. We are given the psychoconductive frame. The Cyber Raven gains 20 willpower and 50% maximum wounds. But it's specifically to ravens.
Of the all-powerful Omnissiah. The rest of the station is extraneous, a superfluous appendage.
So yeah, you can only use this for the Raven, which is a bit of a bummer. But that's just how it goes. We've also got another commerce check here. I'm sure there's plenty to have at, so that'll be fun.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Clearly not. Ah, well. Alright.
I've read about this.
The container is labeled just Destination Janus. It's covered in dust. Must have spent a long time at the docks. So supposedly there's shipments to Janus that haven't actually been sent out, which is interesting. We need no rules or leaders. We are not an organization. We are a force of nature. And alright. I'm just going to quickly go through the dialogue. I'm going to buy all available, because that is what has been listed. We also get mobile extractums, assuming we get the wealth for them. That's going to take some time to get, but we're getting there. Whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a Deadeye shot, it reduces the enemy's deflection by 1 and applies 1 exploit until the end of combat. Huh, stacks up to 3 times. Let's see, deflection gloves. Gloves the wearer allow to parry melee attacks with their ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. Okay, this is probably going to be good for Argenta, because we don't really use ballistic skill, do we? There's also speed stims and machine right sets, all good stuff, obviously. Church Surgeon Manual. It grants the owner +8 to Medicae. It also grants +4 MP after using a medkit. Huh. That's actually really nice. And this scales off 2 times toughness bonus. So if we were to give this to Pascal and we just have him heal when he gets really hurt. That'd probably be good. There's also the Weber here. Targets hit by this weapon must pass an agility resistance test or become immobilized for a round. At the end of its turn, the affected target must pass an agility resistance test to remove the effect or suffer direct damage equal to the target's agility bonus. This is probably what we're going to give to our Bladester, because this is probably, like... It's not a lot, but it could do quite a bit. It's just an odd enough weapon that I can see it being used quite a bit. I received an invitation to a meeting. Yep. I can either get a mobile extractum, or I can gain rep with the explorators. You waited 30 years to pay up. Okay. You're saying that the dynasty has had extensive business dealings with you. What payment can I expect? No payment needed. Consider the Prometheum my gift and a sign of my hope for collaboration in the future. Yep. Keep friendship with the Ignatious. Okay. Why are you interested in Xenotech? Isn't that heresy? Alright, I have some questions. I'm just going to quickly speed through the dialogue, pretty much. No more questions. I must take my leave. Well, actually, before I do, there is actually one more thing. Let's open up trade deals, because we did get 5k rep, which brings us up to level 7, which will get us the Omniscient Axe upgrade, which is definitely going to be an upgrade for, well, Pascal. We also get we get access to a few other things, but we can't really get them yet. We're definitely going to want to swap out to the Weber, though. So I'm going to buy all available currently. We are definitely going to have to... we did manage to get a combat shotgun, so that's interesting. That's actually going to be a really powerful tool, and I think that's actually something I'm going to want to give Pascal, considering he's going to go into melee a lot. So, having him with a high-tier firearm is probably for the best. As for the Weber, let's go by newest to oldest in dates. We are going to swap the weapons here. In first slot, we want Silent Verdict, and the second slot, we want the Weber. The Weber is going to be good for making enemies immobilized, so it's just a good tool to have. Whether I can actually use it, though, is another thing entirely. Argenta, however, on the other hand, should definitely be equipped with something else. Here we go. We're just going to give her the deflection boost here. It does hit her damage and crit chance with attacks. Actually, you know what? No, let's swap it out. Pascal doesn't need to worry about firing in melee. Or using a ranged weapon in melee. Cabela has a lot of, well, less. So it'd actually be useless for her to parry in melee. Let's see, ballistic skill. I guess it really depends on how high the ballistic skill is, right? this is definitely going on to Argenta, though, so we'll give that to her. The first aid manual. We probably want to actually give this to Pascal, actually. That's just going to help him really good. Really well. You know, now that I think about it, I could just give it to Pascal to give him the 5% damage boost. It just doesn't count to Deadeye shots. But it does count to single shots. And shotguns are technically single shot, aren't they? No, they're counted as rending shots specifically. Okay.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Alrighty. For here, it's basically a code that we have to decipher. We saw the piece of paper there beforehand. It's just a matter of finding the answer. Okay.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Rank 5 functioning. It does appear that there's something up here, so we can go and check that. I'm writing to inform you that 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Avnersvang, and a gang attack. 3 loader servitors were put out of commission. Furthermore, 1 cargo container was stolen along with its contents.
Know your duty.
Okay, nothing there. What was the, Okay, what's this location? Footfall, Void Deck. One moment. Okay, here we go. To summarize this, you basically go around the ship to get your answers. They give you certain numbers, but just to summarize, the answer is 3, 5, 4, 1. That allows you to get in and get the loot, which is quite a stash. You gain a multi-key, a fireproof cape, which makes you immune to burn. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. This is basically just a good tool to have if you're immune to burning. These goggles grant +5 Lord Xenos and +10 hit chance against Lord Xenos. And the Psyker footwear. These boots grant their wearer a +3 dodge until the end of combat for each psi power they use. It stacks. I don't think I need to attest to how powerful that is for us in particular. Solely because, well, we use so many powers that it's ridiculous to how much we do. So we're just going to wear these. This will increase our survivability, at least. So our dodge rating will go up the roof the more we cast a magic and whatnot, which I will call psionics. These give a Lore Xenos of 5 and a +10 hit chance against Xenos. I don't think we ran into a position where we actually need to worry about it. And as much as I'd like to be immune to burn, this, the Von Valencius cloak is just too good to pass up. Plus 5 to all characteristics is always going to be good. Let's see, what else can we do here? I don't think there is much else gear-wise that we really need to draw out. Unfortunately, Pascal is not somebody who can wield a shield. Yeah, even if I were to unequip him. There we go. Yeah, no, Pascal's on par with Abelard when it comes to defenses, it looks like, so that's good. Although Abelard has way more defense because he has the perks of a tank.
What is rightfully ours.
So we're gonna need to up the tank ability in due time. Probably the best choice I'm gonna have to go with is give Pascal some heavy armor training. Because that's the only way I see him being functionally good in this case.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Grab that. We are given the Grenadier's Cloak, which makes us immune to grenades, and the Enhanced Optics, which give the Cyber Eagle some boosts, which we can't really benefit from ourselves, unfortunately. We'll save here. But yeah, no, pilfering this area does have its boons, so...
What a shame.
Yeah, that's a crying shame. That's a commerce loss. I think those beads could actually help in this instance, so I probably should equip it for, Cassia, I guess. It does help commerce, doesn't it? Those beads? Yeah, it does help commerce, so there's no reason for us to not give this to Cassia, considering her commerce is something that we need to upgrade. Or at least, increase to a degree. And her Lore Imperium actually is tested on her Fellowship instead, thanks to the Ancient Terra monocle. That's nice.
I did it.
The container is marked foodstuff, but it's empty, and by the looks of it, has been not been moved in a while. Yeah, so things have been, various things have been pilfered for some reason.
The blood of martyrs.
And not for the good of the Imperium, most likely. The wearer gains plus 15 coercion. If the wearer is an arbitrator, they gain 20 coercion instead. Interesting. What is our current coercion on everybody? So 30, 34, 60, 30, 25, 30. Okay, so this is a Cassia item. We don't really need the Lore Imperium boost. So we're actually gonna, we're gonna remove this for the coercion boost. That's gonna bring her coercion to 75, which will just make diplomatic instances quite easier to handle. And yeah, we'll just prioritize us for being the knowledge guy for Xenos and all that jazz. So yeah. I could reduce my lore warp in favor of getting some hit chance against Xenos, I suppose. Alright, yeah, that should be good enough. Okay, let's save. Yeah, that's gonna get to the rest of Footfall.
With each step,
So let's see what else we come
forge my
across.
destiny among the stars.
Oh, we got another bit of goods. Yeah, so they're preaching very zealous teachings, which is not really good.
Know your duty.
Before I do continue, I do want to check one thing before I go any farther. I want to go back onto the ship to see what's going on with the arbitrators, to be quite honest. I'm curious to see what their plan is. Because I do believe they did mention that this is going to be their drop-off point, apparently, I think. But I'm not sure, is the thing. Are they going to stay with us or not? Unless, of course, they already got off the ship and whatnot, but I don't know. We'll see. Doesn't look like they are on the ship. Bella, Idara, and Rock. Alright. We have access to a few things, but only the explorers at the moment. Cassia, Uv, Heinrich. And yeah, it appears the Inquisitor has gone off our ship just immediately. He's basically dipped, I guess. No matter, no matter. Okay. Let's enter and get going. There's no reason to stand on ceremony. It's clear that these guys have probably got off the dock and they've wandered off of their own volition. Not sure where, but you know.
We shall reclaim
Not my problem.
what is rightfully ours.
Alright, to the rest of Footfall. We go to the atrium to start, I suppose. That'd be a good point to start as any, anyways. Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. Alright, large medkits. Removes bleeding, burn, coxswain. If the character has combat medicae or field medic talents, the amount restored will be increased by the bonus provided. Cool.
Let us walk this
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his sermons. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The Drusians are a unique order. They teach people to be content with little, and they follow that principle themselves.
accomplished.
These columns appear here back when the station was founded, when it was assumed that Footfall would become a wondrous palace in the stars.
The divine watches over us.
Let's save here, and let's see what's going on here. The buzzing crowd is closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already. What are they thinking letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. Oh no. Cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn them. Oh, okay, what's going on here? Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest clad in a simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance! To think you have the right. Adrotus starts at the sight of the elderly priests. That's Reverend Harmonious. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. What is going on here? Several dozen gazes bore into you. And who are you supposed to be? I'm Ignatious, rogue trader of the Von Valentius dynasty. The rabble-rouser's expression changes completely, and he makes a clumsy attempt at a bow, and crumples to his knees. Your lordship, I'm sorry. Sorry for not recognizing you. You see, it's just that. It's your first time on Footfall and we didn't know. Terrified, he falls silent. We were just, rooting out heresy here. Scrawning ones. They're from the ship that came from the bowels of the Corone's expanse. They got plague there. The mutants. And now they're spreading that rot everywhere. The taint, they're all... Silence. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted retrobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. What's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put those heretics to death. We're not heretics. The haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear on the Golden Throne we served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out dry. Where were the protectors when we were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares? Traitors. Traitors and heretics, a lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawked you. At the priest, at the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fill the rest of the crowd is hard on the eyes. How many hues? Most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Gatsby looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily. They shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish-black grief. But their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. Commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you, or me, Ignatious. One second. Alright, I'm back. Those are some serious accusations you're spouting. I hope you have proof to back them up. What proof do I need? Kavagama used to be a prosperous world. My family transported goods from there for generations. Then they came. They butchered, tortured, sacrificed entire blocks to the darkness. We were on our ship up in orbit when all those messages started coming in. Half the wardens down there joined them right away. And they even reached us in our ship with some blight that made half our crew take on their own lives. We barely escaped. We barely made it here. Why? Why did this happen to us? I wonder what this is all about. Is our planet really under attack? Or did some devious opportunist send these slanderers here to undermine the might of the Von Valentius dynasty? Who could it be, I wonder? I am the master of Kiavagama, and if these people are my subjects, then I am the only one who can decide what to do with them. I command the onlookers to disperse. As for the rest of you, go to the docks and await further instructions. Hey, you. You lot heard his lordship said. Get to the docks. The rabble-rousers turn and bow deeply. Don't you worry none, your lordship. We'll go with these people. We'll watch them and make sure they keep their traps shut about you. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Harmonius Docilio, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please, come see me when you have the time. We can talk then. It's not my place to stop them from causing trouble, but to be fair, they are mutants, and the first experience I've had with this character is corruption. Deep-seated corruption, so making sure that they aren't as vile as they seem is probably going to be for the best.
I rise above hardships.
The statue undoubtedly depicts Prasimus Dwayne, the legendary rogue trader who founded Footfall. The sight of this cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. The machine is leaning slightly to one side, grimy, covered in scrawled drawings, with frivolous writing scratched here and there on this casing. Several keys are missing, and the rest are coated with dust. The right of operation has been repeatedly and blasphemously violated, requesting the identification and punishment of the deplorable acolyte entrusted with carrying the machine spirit of this machine. After a series of creaks and groans, the cogitator's dusty screen lights up. On it are several lines of text, section headings. If the Omnissiah, the machine spirit of this cogitator is aggrieved but willing to serve. Accompanied by the cracking of binaric prayer, Pascal's mechadendrites gently place a couple keys lying on the floor back into place. Welcome. Lord Captain Prasimus Dwayne, one of the trailblazers at Corona's Expanse, and as station's founder. I've read about his great deeds. Lord Dwayne was once a colonel of the Astra Militarum, but by his will later inherited a warrant. He accumulated enough power to gather a small fleet of loyal allies and venture out to conquer the Corona's Expanse. They say Footfall was meant to be his personal palace world, but the construction dragged on for decades, and Lord Prasimus eventually died of old age. His enemies instantly tore Footfall to pieces and turned it into a bastion of humanity we know today. One that is full of bandits, privateers, hustlers, and rope traders. Pleased with herself, Cassia nods slightly to let everyone know that the lecture is over. Alrighty. One of the first structures on Footfall was a colossal statue of the Emperor. A whole asteroid was used for the creation of the sculpture, but even its titanic proportions cannot convey the awe that every faithful servant of the Immaterium feels before the Master. The statue is the center of is the center of footfall, in the same way that the Emperor is the center of the heart of the Imperium. Well, we tried to get as much information as possible, and we did do just that, so that's good enough for me. A lot of, blasphemous letters.
The machine god grants me insight.
Doing really well on the, perceptions, though, I will admit. That's nice. Although I do feel like we're missing out on some of the
reclaim what is rightfully
we're missing out on a few key points here and there, but that's fine. We're doing the best that we can given the circumstances, so.
I have proven myself yet again.
In the mishmash of devices and cables, you notice equipment from totally different eras. Some ancient, some merely old, and others hastily tossed together in more recent years. Yeah, Dargonis is a mess. It's got so much untapped potential. Yet it's been just disorganized completely. The man with the face is so drawn. It appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone. Fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments. They do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice, he speaks. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects only those who are pure of heart. You think yourself one of them. Be leery of this conversation of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it, into the embrace of pride most degenerate. And you must be the young von Valencius. That name carries weight. But it's a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodore encumbered it with many transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? I put my faith in the Emperor. He gives you a scrutinizing look, then his tone softens. Well then, be twice as diligent, for the Sector will seize any chance to test your faith. He looks at Argenta, who is standing nearby, and his voice softens slightly. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodore von Valencia's ship was attacked by servants of the Archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul. She says this, nearly hissing with fury. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Harmonious, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valencius dynasty from the forces of the Archenemy. I am divesting myself to the responsibility of guarding the footfall reliquary. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship. I could use her assistance going forward. Harmonious nods in thought. Follow the call to your soul, sister. The footfall reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, where it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on your path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most disposed people on footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters, the darkest corners where the Liege Warden do not venture. Taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy, serving the Archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with a sun inscribed with blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us. I wish to see retribution. I come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, dark times are upon us, and wretched souls grow ever more eager to embrace heresy, both on Footfall and elsewhere. Its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. There are whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiavagama, and just recently, a transport ship by the name of Navica, teeming with refugees, arrived on Footfall from Winterscale's realm. Their world was stricken with blasphemous sedation. As such, it was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The Liege refused to accept them, so they headed to Foulstone, a desolate cloister of the righteous. It was wise of them not to linger in the den of vileness. Why don't you go to the Liege with this matter? I do not walk with the paths pleasing to the Liege. Vladim is weak and riddled with worms on the inside. He seeks to please his Kaspala masters, those peddlers of relics of the unholy Xenos. We will verify this rumor, Reverend Harmonious. With great pleasure. I almost wish for that rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble Ignatious, is there more you wish to ask me about? What are you doing on Footfall? What am I doing in this den of blasphemers, pagans, and the vilest souls, you mean to say? Well, Footfall is the first and last stop in the Chrome's expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on our path. It is also where those who are reaching for the very end return, their souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both the former and the latter, so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, rumors from across the entire sector amass in Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about the reclaimed shrine world or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness among the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Yeah, basically a whole bunch of dialogue. What do the offerings have here? All targets of Taunting Scream will suffer a -14 to willpower tests against the ability. You can get a +15 to Lore Imperium. You get some more medkits and a whole bunch of stuff. Bloodhound Staff. This gives a devastating 6, which gives 10 willpower and 5 perception. The first use of an attacking navigator power per turn does not set the power on cooldown, and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. The second use of this power uses a different attacking navigator power on the same turn, dealing an additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 damage to navigator. An aggressive form, but still a form of combat, not the same. I guess for now, I think what we need is the Sanctified Staff. This is going to be very powerful for us, I do believe. And yeah, it's going to increase our willpower and fellowship by 15 and 10 respectively. But Emperor's Wrath is a pretty good power. Everyone adjacent to the target cell suffers from 1 to 1 plus psi rating times Psyker's staff power level damage. Damage dealt by this attack to allies is reduced by that ally's resolve. I see. And by doing it as a heroic act, we get... It's from 1 to 2 times the amount. Okay. But we do need Sanctic powers for that. I have considered whether I want to go Sanctic powers or not. And honestly, I think it might be better than going with, well, it has its advantages, that's what I'm gonna say. Because, after having seen what, the Inquisitor's capable of, I think it's in our best interest to consider going with it. At least that's my opinion on the matter. But, getting all these, tools is definitely going to be worth it, so let's definitely invest in it, I think. While the wearer has more... Well, we won't be able to get most of these things, but we can invest a little bit into here. At least enough to get a level 1 in. So we're going to go by... cost. So... 15... we'll keep the provisions for now, but we will get rid of the melee weaponry. We'll keep 5 fuel on hand, and we'll keep 5 provisions. There we go. And then we got miscellaneous, which cover 50. And we'll do 50, 5250. There we go, that gets us just barely to 1 level. And yes, it is costly, but that first level is going to matter, because we will get the Sanctified Staff, which is exactly what I want to grab, so... We'll grab those 2 items. There we go. And when we do get the Sanctic Power upgrade, we will be able to benefit from it. And whether I keep to that or not, I'm not sure, but we'll see. Stall selling old knickknacks for everyday use, for everyday needs. We get the Cogitator here, a logic test. We did get some items, so maybe I can equip some. For Abelard, it's a choice between getting the extra 6 armor, or we get the Enforcer helmets. Considering how much armor we've got currently and how much we can eventually get, it might be worth just keeping as is. Let's see, what do we got? The wearer did not spend MP during their turn. They gain 10 to all characteristics next turn. I'm actually going to ditch that for the Imperial Scroll. That just gives us a boost to Lore Imperium. It's a nice boost, and we move around quite a bit anyways, so this is something for Argenta, actually, considering she's going to be the sniper of the group. We want to prioritize ranged attacks with her, so that's the core of what's going to make her abilities better, if I do it that way. As for the Iconoclast stuff, what does it scale off of? It scales off Fellowship bonus. So let's take this off, and let's see who can wear it. I don't think anybody can in our group aside from Abelard, so it's literally something only he can wear at the moment. Let's go with Taunting Scream. I think that might be better for him. Yes, I do like this, but I think the Taunting Scream, which we're going to be using every turn, is just going to be better. Having the ability to lure an enemy is always going to be nice, so... Yeah. Do a logic test.
Operation
there we go.
successful.
We get access to this, which will allow us to go up.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Alright, we get an athletics check here. Save, just so we aren't suffering.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Hey. we get a great sword and the commander's monocle. Whenever the ally is under the effect of the... Well, whenever an ally is under the effect of the wearer's voice of command ability, makes an attack during an extra turn, the attack deals an additional 9 points of damage. That's actually ridiculously good. It does 15 for her specifically, though. I think this is going to be good for combat. We will have to swap with the Adeptus Arbites helmets, but, yeah. This monocle is definitely going to be handy when we come to doing that. But if we ever need a coercion check, then we'll have to swap back over. At least that's what I think is for the best. Alright, tech use it.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Okay, what else is there? There's these goods here. We'll grab this.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Alrighty. It's all selling old knickknacks. Food. Wares are shoddy. Okay. There's also this back entrance here, which I will explore later, but well, I guess we can explore it now. We're gonna have to do it in a bit anyways, but I digress. Block passage.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
There we go. We succeeded, which allows us to open this.
The machine god grants me insight.
Giving us way more treasure.
Reclaim what is rightfully ours.
We got another cogitator. Okay, let's logic.
Operation successful.
We get access to this area here, which brings us all the way up to here. This gives us the Unyielding Vanguard boots and the Beyond Logic perk. The Servo Skull gains 10 Fellowship Intelligence, and it suffers no damage from area attacks. That's actually insanely powerful. Okay, cool. But what does that mean for the Servo Skulls? I don't even know what they do, really.
To glory.
I'm gonna have to actually check the... Yeah, let's check the archetype. Let's see. Familiar selection, familiar control, adaptability, support, focused attacks. Let's see. The Overseer can use a powerful Servo Skull Swarm with its own unique set of abilities and talents. Okay. But it doesn't specify what those abilities and talents are. Servo Skull Swarms are a versatile tool that enhances Overseer's combat capabilities. Thanks to persistent extraploitation effect, it can transmit the effects of the Overseer's abilities to multiple targets at once, healing and empowering groups of allies and weakening groups of enemies. Additionally, the servo skull can influence the course of battle through its signals. Medical signal helps its ally regain wounds. Provocation signal wreaks havoc among enemy lines, forcing them to attack each other. And priority signal distracts the enemy and improves the familiar's defense. The relocation ability provides the servo skull with additional mobility, allowing the overseer to move it where it's needed most. So I guess I have to, like, click it in combat, I guess? And then I should be able to use it, but I've got no guarantee on whether that's going to be actually how it goes or not. Alright. Let's go in. The low hum of voices quiets, and a dozen gazes shift to you. Greetings, you must be... The tall man with a shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. Lord von Valencius. Your lordship, I heard about your arrival on footfall, of course, and about Theodore's passing. But I wasn't told. Not on the list. But that's not a problem, of course. Please, come on in. Chaplain is about to begin. But we're waiting for one more attendee to arrive. Fidelio. Without Fidelio, it's all been for nothing. Mumbling, the man excuses himself and joins the other attendees. You catch sight of something odd. Before stepping away from you, the man gestures subtly to a nearby servitor, giving it some kind of command. The servitor quickly removes the bottle of amnestic and glasses set out for the attendees from a nearby table. The gathering you found yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothing speak to wealth, so does the location, which isn't far from the Liege's residence. But you notice that most of the gathered are rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they are covering the exit, and a few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. I wonder who this Fidelio is, and why they can't start proceedings until he or she appears. Judging by the way that the fellow with the list was talking about this individual, it's someone very important. There's not a name I've heard before. I have never heard that name before either. Let's see what this is about. Why not? It does get us experience, so why not? Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning, and an example to all future generations. The most noble and unforgettable Master Belardo. His loss. The fuzzy Mistratum clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on and on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Belardo. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Belardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. A formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary glares at the gathered crowd. And here you all are, you vulture. Let's offer a prayer, then. But if you think that the Emperor, or the messenger of his will, in other words myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. Chaplain looks at you and gives you a slight nod. I wasn't referring to our esteemed guest, but the rest of you, I know all too well. So go ahead, pray for Belardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him, a fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes the sign of Aquila, and pointedly turns away from the attendees.
The Divine watches over us.
Alright, let's save here. And investigate. Whoever repaired the body of the gray-haired man lying in a coffin, they did a good job. Even in death, he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns. He peers it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. I'll be. This is quite the meeting. If it can't be called such under circumstances. Well, that's a load. Gotta get that experience from every tidbit, even if it is like just a small fraction of like a few points here and there. Every little point counts, and it will level you up, so getting the information does matter. Alrighty. The implants left on the deceased bodies speak to his high standing. Expensive tech typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their death. Abelard, you know this man. Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I use would be improper for the funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerry Candens, known back in the day of one of the most notorious pirates in the Cronus Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when the news came of his latest attack. Well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance. Quite literally. By the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot, but now... I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right under this cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? This is very grand for a pirate's funeral. Is this normal on Footfall? Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things. Even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum as a few paces away from the Liege's residence. But no one has heard of Dens for so many decades. Barely recognized him myself. I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was they calling him? Master Bellardo? Oh, I remember. Reverend Harmonious mentioned the name Master Bellardo as one of the biggest donors to the temple. Huh. So he basically took all of his wealth and donated it at the end. Supposedly.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Alright, let's look around a real bit. We get the Shredder Shotgun, which is a 20 to 25 damage gun. We've also got the Efficient Armored Body Glove, which gives 35 armor, which is ridiculous for an armor value, I must admit. Kind of surprised it has that. Yeah, that's a ridiculously powerful body armor. Let's see, 35. Is it better than the Psychic Body Glove? We get 9 dodge with the Body Glove. If we take it off, that's going to bring us back to 90 dodge. But having 35 armor is probably going to be way better for us for now. Though having dodge would be nice. Yeah, the dodge scales off our psi rating, and currently that's not going to be good enough for what the armor does. The dodge would be nice, but we do got a scaling bonus with the Psyker footwear, so it's not that big a deal. And then, of course, the Rending Shotgun, which is some insane damage. 20 to 25. That's going to be better than the Combat Shotgun, I guess. What's the difference between the two? This has a range of 3, max of 7. Whereas this has a range of 3, max 7. 8 ammo versus 8 ammo. Okay, so this is just a general upgrade. The Shredder shotgun is just an upgrade anyways. Alrighty. Do we have a better weapon compared to the Omniscient Axe? Let's see. It would be pretty funny to have him wield a shank in his hand. I don't think that's the way you want to be using that. Omniscient Axes grant the wielder 15 to weapon skill. That's actually ridiculously good. Huh. Okay. Alright. Let's see what else there is.
What is rightfully ours.
There's this.
Cast your eye there.
Oh, hello. Disarm the demolition here.
Never doubt me.
Grab this.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Footfall's levels are situated to be huge supports. Yep. Let's start with the Book of Remembrance. Or we'll start with the awareness, I guess. We do need something to boost our awareness, though. I think that's going to be a inevitable problem we're going to be running into here and there.
I failed.
Damn. Okay. I wasn't expecting a failure there. Yeah, no. With skill checks, you just have to min-max as much as you possibly can for certain instances. There's only so much you can do, though.
The Emperor favors me today.
There is an odd smell to this arsenic. Or amnesic. It seems likely that the drinks have been poisoned. I see. So that would explain quite a bit. Among the words and parting praises for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out, repentance, with a signature underneath, bid. The letters are crabbed and barely legible.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Okay. Alright, let's start conversation, I guess. I'm sure there's going to be some conversations that we need to address here. The tall man who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting from foot to foot and keeps glancing around with gloomy expression. This is an honor, your lordship. Such an honor. You spare a minute of your time. I have a request to make. You never introduced yourself. I am Dagon Orthello. I was first mate on Dem's ship. I mean, Master Belarno's. Given the deceased's former occupation, I have a good idea what role you played under his command. They used to call me Torch. He's Jerrycan. I'm Torch. Those were the days. How did he die? Badly. Went downhill really fast. Just a year ago, he's still living up, storming the slum asteroids to shoot riffraff and mutant scent. And all of a sudden, he was done. His old wounds had caught up with him, and he had plenty of those. Both from the old days and more recent ones. Like when someone tried to bump him off, 12 years back, I think it was. Did Belardo ever mention repentance to you? No, but I know what you're talking about. The scribble's in his home, right? Yeah, that happened, alright. That writing just appeared out of nowhere. On the walls, the mirrors, and always the same word. Repentance. I told him to get a psyker to check his house for sorcery, but he said no. Too pricey, I guess. He said something about that, how he had already paid too much for repentance. Not a lot of psychers around. A single one of them will cost you as much as a team of top-notch bruisers. What do you wish to speak about? Here's the thing, your lordship. I'll just give it to you straight. I'm sorry, I don't know how to talk to a lot of people. Well, Dens, this is Bellardo. My old friend and boss died, and he left all he had. And he has a lot, mind you. To this Fidelio, that was kind of rude to him. That's no way to treat your friends, I get it. He left his useless high son high and dry. And a good thing too, but his old friend. So I'm thinking, maybe you could step in and set things right? Intervene in a matter of inheritance, or I don't know. Why did Dens leave you out of his will? Old age, you know? His head wasn't the same anymore. That's gotta be it. It's just too unfair. To fly with him for 10 years and then get nothing for it. And who is Fidelio? Dragon winces like he's had a toothache. I wish I knew. I first heard the name when the Dens kicked it. Maybe Fidelio's a person who put a smile on his face in his golden years. So Dens decided to give them the whole kit and caboodle. And what do you want from me? You're a distinguished short. You can muscle in on this. You can talk to Chaplain. He's Den's executor. And ask about the will. Or maybe you can find Fidelio and have a talk with them too? I mean, who'd want an inheritance that's not rightfully theirs? What trouble that it's worth if you ask me. Trust me, old Dagon can be of service to you if you need anything. I know lots about footfall and other things. I can help you with information, get you some solid labs for a job. You can use a guy like me. I'll consider it. That's good. That's really good. The amnesic that you ordered your servant to remove was poisoned. What a fascinating coincidence. Poisoned? No, it can't be. Must have been a bad hatch. Right.
With each step, I forge my
Let's save
destiny
here.
among the stars.
A man of indeterminate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink. Your lordship, it must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you here. Surely a figure as great as yourself wouldn't allow for a terrible injustice to happen. The man grimaces. It appears that ubiquitousness does not come easily to him. We haven't been introduced. Pardon me, Caspilladar. I have the honor of being the only child of the deceased. He sends a mocking salute in direction to the coffin. You don't seem particularly grief-stricken over your father's death. If I was the one lying in that box, he wouldn't be crying his eyes out either. Gas bites out with sudden acidity. He takes a moment to calm himself. A son's feelings are complicated. He wasn't a good son. Old Dens wasn't a good father, but I do miss him in my own way. Yes, he always seemed timeless to me, not just a bag of meat and ugly ambitions like the rest of us are. Did your father ever talk to you about repentance? That's hilarious. Even good old Chaplain doesn't tell me to repent. He gave up on me long ago. My old dad, he gave up on me long before that. Wait, you mean that repentance? Those stupid ghosts or whatever it was? Pretty sure my father did himself, that senile kook. Maybe it was my daughter messing around. Where else would those words have come from? What words are you talking about? Oh, you don't know? Out of the blue, writing started appearing on the wall in our house. Just one word. Repentance. Big, scrawling scribbles like a child's handwriting. The first one appeared about 10 or so years back. The help kept whispering about it being the work of ghosts. Ooh. But for some reason, the old man didn't want to do anything about it. He told me not to. The writing amused him somehow. Whether he see repentance scratched on the wall, he'd just grin. What did Bellodaro die of? Age, debauchery, old wounds? By the end, my old dad was more implant than man. After the assassination attempt. People tried to kill him, you see, about 12 years ago. And what is this injustice I'm supposed to prevent occurring? Well, lawful heir is being robbed of his inheritance. My dear father left his entire fortune down to the last coin. Some nobody. A certain Fidelio, who hasn't even bothered to come to his funeral. And I'm left with nothing. You think that's fair? Your nobility. You, of all people, must realize how wrong and unacceptable this situation is. So I thought, maybe you could lend me a hand somehow? For the sake of friendship with the future keeper of the Bellaro fortune, me. For the sake of justice, of course. To turn a funeral rite into a stepping stone for one's covetous desires is blasphemy. To dispute the will of the dead is doubtedly blasphemous. Gabella's dark eyes seemed to burn right through the man, making him swell nervously and avert his gaze. And why did your father disinherit you? As if I know. The old man wasn't a heart-to-heart sort of person. Right up until the announcement of his last will and testament, I had no idea he'd put me in a doghouse. And who is Fidelio? I have absolutely no idea. Zero. There's a will, there's a name, that's it. Maybe there's my father's byblow, some brother or sister I never knew I had. I get the feeling that old Laos chaplain knows. He's always been known about father's business, that more business than any of us, but he's keeping quiet. And what kind of assistance do you seek from me? Your lordship, I've never been in the presence of a person of your status, let alone talked to one, but I just thought, maybe you can impose your will in the matter of the inheritance? It'd be great to find out who this Fidelia is too. True, but that's nothing. It's just my curiosity. I will consider it. Your lordship, thank you. Yeah, I will consider intervening if I must.
Watches over us.
By dogmatic rules, I feel like, I guess it really depends. I guess Adelia is the next person to talk with, but I guess we can talk with the chaplain first, before we do. Well, no, let's talk with Adelia, which I assume is his daughter. The girl dressed in expensive clothes raises her sad little face at you and says in a serious voice, "Hello. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" "Hiding. I thought I was going to cry, and I didn't want anyone else to see. My name is Adelia Bidaro. It's my grandpa in there. Box." Argenta's face softens. She reaches out and gently strokes Adelia's head. "The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass. The strength will return, and your courage will never leave you." Adelia tries to smile, then just nods seriously. "If you do not wish to be parted from your forefather, then sever his head, embalm it, and put it in your bed." Okay. Gabella's voice sounds mundane, like she's explaining the most basic things. "Speak to him before you go to sleep, and after you wake up, and that way he will stay with you." "What?" Adelia shrinks away fearfully, looking at you for protection. "Where are your parents?" "My dad is Cas Bellodaro. He's with the guests, and my mom ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. She hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. Miss Grandpa. He was the nicest." She presses her lips together and lets out a quiet, very unchildlike sigh. "Have you ever heard of the name Fidelio?" "Someone my dad is very mad at. But Dad is always mad at everyone. At Grandpa, Mum, Dagon, Chaplain. Did your grandfather ever mention the word repentance to you? He did. That word kept appearing in our house, and nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when I was little. He always smiled when he saw it, but then, later, when I was a little bigger and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. It was sad. He'd just sit there and stare at nothing. After that, when he got sick... She stops, her big eyes glistening with tears. When he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, repentance, repentance. Even his bedroom. One time he pointed at the word and said something very weird. About dead eyes, and about cobras going to class. Abelard, who was looking at her with sympathy, narrows his eyes. What did you just say? Cobra's going to class. Are you sure this is what your grandfather said? Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him. And this one time, he just started talking about cobras. It was sad, but it was also a little funny. Cobra, get to class, he said. Abelard strokes his beard. Perhaps this is the old Navy officer in me talking, but I'm almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see. Maybe? Someone left strange words in the Book of Remembrance, as if they were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance. Would have been a funny prank. But I don't play pranks. It was someone else. Maybe Fidelio did it very quietly. Or maybe it was someone who was not on a list, but also someone nobody could suspect. I see. I guess the last thing is to talk with the chaplain here. No reason to stand on ceremony. Up close, Chaplain leaves an even stronger impression. A tall, burly man, whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell the story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with this adept of true faith. Chaplain gives you a respectful nod. May St. Drusus protect you from illness and misfortune. I'm surprised to see a noble figure such as yourself here. Did you know Dens? I mean, Master Belladaro? No, I did not. I came here by chance. And I will consider this a stroke of good luck. Dens would be chuffed to have someone of your standing at his funeral. The esteemed Master Belladaro was a pirate. You know why they call me Chaplain? It's because I was a priest of Den's ship in his wilder days. If you're surprised, you shouldn't be. There are plenty of heretic scum among the pirates of the Expanse, but Den's wasn't one of them. He was a true believer, and he shared more of the Imperium's ideals than some sort of stiff-necked officers. A leader with an iron fist and an iron will. Don't we owe our conquest of thousands of star systems to people like that? And the ones he robbed were mostly types that no true subject of the Imperium would shed a tear over. Xenos, heretics. Not all of them, of course, but the Emperor will judge if Dens was a decent man. So Belladaro has left all his worldly possessions to a certain Fidelio. Who is this mysterious person? I haven't the faintest idea. I think no one present knows either, or 24 hired killers would have already begun a manhunt for this Fidelio. Whether they may be hiding, this is, after all, significant inheritance. The other claimants are not exactly pleased at being left out of the will. I can see you're intrigued. I must say I am too. Ever since I heard of my friend's death, I couldn't stop thinking about the mystery of this will. You have the Von Felicius name and title. Perhaps you can pull more about the guest than I could. Here's the only clue I got. Dens mentioned its name of Fidelio to me only once. It was a long time ago. He was very drunk. He lashed onto a robe and said, I hope that these are his exact words. I owe Fidelio, if not for the repentance. How strange. Aren't you Master Bellardo's confessor, Chaplain? How could anyone other than you have told him to repent? I didn't, that's for sure. I can't imagine what he meant by it. Given your speech during a ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees. I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me, so I see no point in pretense. All those who are gathered here have one goal: to bite a chunk out of Den's estate. Ambition and aspiration of wealth are not immortal in and of themselves, but just that I'm sickened by the thought of such a great man has left behind nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is drunk and weakening and a weakling. His friend Dagon, the one who greeted you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with an incredibly bloated ego. His widow made off on the family yacht in the direction of the Maw while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 brawny, good-looking young fellows. God. I'd like to discuss what I've been able to uncover in regards to mysterious Fidelio. So Den's mentioned Fidelio and repentance. Yes, but what could it mean? I think I might know the answer. It could be a name. The name of a ship, for example. I said 3. A ship called the Repentance. I'm not sure, but you might be right. Now that you've said it, I remembered an interesting detail. About 12 years back, there was an attempt on Den's life. Not many could have even gotten traces to him, let alone wounded him. But that assassin was a master of her craft. Den's always was a hardy fellow, and that's what saved him. That and his trusty implants. But the medics pretty much had to put him back together from scratch. When he finally emerged from the hands of the Sawbones, months after the attempted assassination, he kept chuckling about her being a sharp one, and that she was real angry with him for burning her father, or her husband, I don't recall. And he was a ship captain. I vaguely remember that conversation, but I'm almost certain that the ship was called the Repentance, and that Dens even knew the names of that captain and the proud would-be avenger. The woman's name was Lona or something like that, and her last name. Wouldn't be surprised if it sounded similar to Fidelio. What happened to the woman? She got away after the attempt. I know that Dent sent mercenaries after her almost immediately. Whether he found her or not, that I do not know. It seems unlikely he did, because he had settled the score with her. He wouldn't then go and put her in his will, would he? Do you think this woman is our Fidelio? It's the best guess. I remind you what he said. I owe Fidelio, if not for the Repentance. Who else could he have been indebted to, if not a vengeful daughter, or lover, or whoever she was, of a captain he killed? It'd be a very dense thing to do, to leave all the money not to a wimp of a son, not to the idiot first mate, but to a cunning lass who almost killed him. But it looks like we cleaned up the repentance part, at least. Alright. All that's left is the Fidelio and Will. Not long before his death, Dennis mentioned something about dead eyes looking at him. That's strange. Who could have looked at him like that in his own home? Some errant servo skull that was passing by. It was nothing more than a dying man's delusion. There's an entry in the Book of Remembrance about repentance. The writing looks fresh. Could Fidelio have done it? Ah, that's odd. I've been watching the guests, and I know everyone here. If you're not Fidelio, then no one here is Fidelio. Unless they were able to get in undetected. You still don't have a good enough grasp of the situation to theorizing about the possibility of unseen infiltration. Perhaps someone other than Fidelio wrote that line of book. Well, that's a fail. Even though I have a 95. It's a good thing I saved before I talk with him, so I guess I can quickly speed through that. But, yeah. We'll quickly go through this. Just so we get the experience of the logic test. At least. But we have a 95 on that, so we just failed miserably on that. We just got really unlucky. Okay. Alright. Could be a name. Name for a ship. Yep. What happened to the woman? Alright. There we go. The area around the book is completely open. If Chaplin is telling the truth and he really does know all the guests by sight, then the words could only have been left by someone with free run of the courtyard. Someone who wouldn't attract attention. I have serious reason to suspect that someone here wanted to kill Fidelio. Of course they did. And they still do. And they will keep trying. The inheritance is no trifle after all. Claimants are not exactly the placid types. Let's go over everything we know. Den supposedly left his possessions to Fidelio, a woman who wanted to take revenge on him for killing the captain of the ship Repentance. The word Repentance is written on the Book of Remembrance, and the entry is new. Does that mean our Fidelio is somewhere close by? We also know something about dead eyes and the fact that the courtyard is completely open. I don't think an unknown person could have gotten in here and left those words in the book. Well, Lord von Vencius, now it's all in your hands. I'm no sleuth and don't know what to do with all these clues. If you have some thoughts on Fidelio's whereabouts, find her. If not, come back to me. We'll need to send Dens on his way and deal with the matter of his state.
Let us walk this path.
There's only one person out of all the individuals here. But it looks like this. It's a woman, and she's covered in mechadendrites, which I guess would make the most sense. If you didn't know what to look for, it'd be easy to overlook this servitor, which may have been once a woman. The servitor's implants, the mechanical nature of its movements, the empty gaze, it's all there, but... Repentance. That single word causes the servitor's body to twist into a violent spasm. Something akin to a sob or growl builds in its throat. His mechanical appendages jerk convulsively. Chaplin's tall figure appears next to you. So this is our heir, right? He pauses, mulling it over, then gestures for the administratum clerk, who gave the opening speech, to approach. The inventory of Den's possession. What does it say about this servitor? Let's see here, let's see. One moment. Section B1740, personal effects of the deceased, subsection servitors. Here it is. Oh, this is a rare one-of-a-kind unit. Commissioned personally by Master Bellardo 12 years ago. The main function of the servitor is cleaning the house, bedrooms, vestibules, bathrooms, in accordance with Master Bellardo's wishes. Its free will was completely eradicated, and the parts of its brain that regulated pleasure responses were destroyed. But to a large extent, its memory and awareness were preserved. Chaplain, is everything clear to you now? I believe so. Didn't I tell you that Dens, after he survived the assassination attempt, sent a whole squad of mercenaries to hunt down the woman who tried to kill him? Looks like we found her. Chaplain nods at the servitor. She was allowed to keep her memory and some semblance of awareness, so I suppose the mysterious writing of repentance both here, in the book, and back at Dens' home was done by her. The question that remains, of course, is why would Dens decide to make a servitor his heir? This is either his last and cruelest joke, or a criminally ham-fisted attempt to make amends on his deathbed. I'd like to believe it's the former. Can a servitor even inherit? This matter requires further investigation. We'll have to go over the codices, bylaws, statutes, regulations from the last 400 years or so. But we'll find the answer sooner or later. Or we could ask Lord von Valencius to settle the matter in name of his dynasty. This is footfall, after all. Rope Trader says that a servitor can inherit, then that's how it's going to be. Summon everyone. It's time to decide the fate of Bellardo's estates, and that of the heirs. As you wish, you, Lord Captain. This ought to be good. I would like to ask the esteemed guests to stay for a moment longer. I was going to announce Den's last will and testament after he was delivered into the flames, but the circumstances dictated otherwise. And so, according to the deceased will, and all of Bellardo's fortune goes, not to his worthless son Cass, not to the brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, mysterious heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in the process. Who among you knows this woman? What about the story of the ship named Repentance? I wish to hear it. That's the cleaner servitor from our house. What's there to know about her? Only outstanding quality is that it's hilarious how she wobbles and flaps her grabbers about when you kick her out of the way. I don't know about the servitor. I've got better things to do than looking for furniture. Before I do actually do this, there is one more thing I do want to do. I'm just doing this for the sake of completion. I didn't actually get the chance to actually save and do this, but yeah. Okay, let's just speed through this. Okay.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Okay. And I guess that's that. We'll save here. This is just going to get us into the position where we can actually talk about this real quick. There we go.
Look no further.
There we go. All right. Go on. Anyways, the three of us sat there, me, Dens, and the captain of Repentance. As the boys brought whoever was left from the crew one by one, and we pop them, I bet Cockeye over there remembers he was there too. And so were the twins. We three watched, and when the party drew close, we threw the captain on top of a pile. Okay. Fidelio is standing in a typical servitor pose, eyes staring into space. Only the grips of its metallic appendages are trembling slightly. Perhaps caused by a malfunction, or perhaps by suppressed emotion looking for release. Today, you will watch your enemies die. Gas Bellardo, the first of the guests where this is going, falls to his knees. Mercy! I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not a pirate. I'm not a cutthroat, just a harmless drunk. And a single father to boot. Gas, get out of my sight. The rest of you, prepare to die. I'm to purge this world of some pirate scum. Yeah, it's time to purge this place. There's no need for pirates on this station. Max, it's the last time I deal with
I will
nobles.
cast you into eternal darkness.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
But, yeah, things go awry here because, violence ensues. This does leave the chaplain in a, state of things, but, yeah. Gotta embrace the violence at some point, yeah? Argenta, we want you over... Ideally, we want you to go over here. So we're gonna have you over here specifically. It's the best that we're gonna get. Cassia, we'll have to stay there. Abelard. Can't really move them into a position there. We'll put Ignatious over there, so that way you can nuke... Oh, those ceremony guests are... That ceremony guest is nasty powerful. Pascal, we'll have you over here, I guess. As for the servitor, well... Could be here. Gabella, could go here. Abelard will have you here, because we want you taunting, and then dealing with dirt. First Mate Dagon. It's the best I'm gonna get, I think. Alrighty. This is basically the front line. Alrighty. Let's give Ignatious the extra turn here, considering we need to start off somehow. We're going to put ourselves in cover here. Okay, we are going to activate where it hurts. I could just nuke it like this. Or I could buff somebody. Okay, we can increase somebody's dodge and parry at least, so I guess we'll start with, let's increase the dodge and parry of Cabela to start. And then we will absolutely nuke the ever-living hell out of one of these guys. We'll start with the ceremony guest here, so that way Argenta has a free reign to go up here. Alright, Cassia now has only 2 turns left. Alright. Let's set it up here. That's going to be the rear. And the back line will go here for now. So that way we have some defense over there. And then we will activate Revel in the Lights. We're going to give this to Cabela, who needs it the most likely. And she's closest next. Well, she's next on the list anyways, I mean. We'll activate this to nerf these guys, preferably. I don't think I can, though. So the next best thing I can do here is just nerf these two.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
There we go. That's the best I'm gonna get. And we're just going to move her over. Yes, it does risk the hurt from Cassia, but she'll be in a better spot. So I'm willing to take that hit. Oof.
Let's make it quick.
Painful. Alright. Activate this. This is going to get us into a better position.
This battlefield in righteous fury.
We're going to hold our position here now. Alright. Let's activate Furious Recital here. We can throw a grenade here. This is probably going to be the best choice for us.
For the weak.
Here we go. That's going to get some burn inflicted on them. It's not ideal, but we can guarantee a hit here. There we go. And we got 3 other charges, so I guess we want to prioritize
I'll do it.
This one and this one. Here we go. So our Jensen's going to be targeting some high-profile targets. There we go. Oh.
Let's get to it.
I've suffered worse.
Okay. We're going to move over to full cover here. Well, actually, no. If we stay in here, that's actually better for us. We're going to activate that, obviously. She has forewarning, which gives her dodge and parry bonus. We're going to give Abelard a boost to dodge and parry. We're then going to use Iron Arm for Cabela.
Actions will speak louder than words.
And then... Can't target them, but we can target this clerk. But I think we are better off targeting the first mate Dagon here, because of our perk that allows us to spread the damage. And that'll guarantee a kill here. And where it hurts triggers, thus doing a nuclear amount of damage. So there you go.
Let's get to it.
Alright, the ceremony guests come in. Alright. First, we are going to activate... Let's see, Death from above, we want to target them.
As the tenants demand.
We will target this.
I am your blade and shield.
Alright.
Let your soul be purged.
Alright, and I guess what we'll do is do Raining Blood here.
As honor ordains.
There we go.
I bring mercy.
And we'll bring ourselves into cover here, in particular. Alright, combat servitors.
No.
Oh dear, Cassia. Cassia's in a bit of a state, so that's fine. Okay, how do I activate the servitor, though?
Explorers know one route.
Okay.
Forward.
We are going to
Binary code.
maximize. Throw in some debuff here for tactical knowledge. And we're going to reduce the combat power of the servitor here.
Approved.
And we'll send the servitor here.
Parameters protect familiar units.
Okay, but how does the servitor act then? Okay, I guess that's that. Abelard, we want a taunt on these guys.
Indeed.
This'll get them all focused on him, for the most part. And prevent a calamity of Cassia being targeted often.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Okay,
At your beck and call.
and I guess I do a charge
I will
here.
do my duty.
There we go. Just coax first mate Dagon basically over. Cassia is in a state. But she's in the best position we can actually help for her, so this will just have to do. What's she wielding? Alright, she's got the buff weapon. We want to use the debuff.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
There we go. The lidless stare nukes them down. Swap down back to the other one. Okay. Yeah, they're suffering from burn. They'll be down before long. Alright. I guess I can give the bonus to Ignatious. Yeah, if we give the bonus to Ignatious, then he can get going next, most likely. Or I could just give him an extra turn. That's probably better. Alright, Ignatius.
The Emperor commands.
Let's give Cassia some
I will
dodge
not
and
be
parry,
deterred.
considering she needs it. And then we will nuke the ever-living hell out of somebody else. We take out some of the ceremony guests, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I can't take out that guy, though. What I can do is probably take out the clerk here. Less units attacking, the better, I guess. There is this ceremony guest who's going to die anyway, so let's just nuke the clerk. Yeah, that clerk is gonna be dead. That's good. That's 20 burn, jeez.
Death is a blessing.
Hey. Alright, first mate Dagon. We got some ceremony guests here. Let's go here. And just nuke them here.
Each strike is a prayer.
There we go. And then we'll
Doubters for the
entrench here.
weak.
There we go.
Hold on.
Alright, they desperately try and get some hits in. Alright, it's our turn now.
And so it shall be done.
Alright, let's save here, because I'm not sure whether... Well, we're basically good. I'm confident we'll win this battle with what we've got here. So I'm just going to move here. We need to deal with this guy here. I'll throw some charges on this guy to make it easier to do damage to him. Nuke him to oblivion with damage. That was fast. That's probably over 100 damage, even. Pascal's the only one we haven't buffed, so we will focus on him next. We'll give him a slight boost to fighting. Yep, their burn will do plenty for us. Let's see. Brutal Strike this way fires 2 hexes ahead. So it would hit here. So I'd need to have Cabela over here if I want to take benefits here. But if we do this,
Killing
we'll get a hit.
brings me no pleasure.
We can then jump over to this guy. There we go. I can move a little closer over to First Mate Dagon. Alternatively, I can jump over to the Combat Servitor. Or these guys.
Prince of Scarlet.
I'm going to go for Death from above here. There we go.
I shall not. Death is a blessing.
And then we follow up with yet another jump over to here. But before we do, I'm going to activate Captivate Audience here. And jump over. Hey! And I'm going to move specifically here, so that way, regardless of where he goes, he's going to have a rough time. Combat Servitor goes in, takes a shot. Abelard's hurting quite a bit. Okay, take a strike at this guy. There we go, 40 damage, nice. Taunt these guys here. We'll endure. Make Combat Servitor our sworn enemy, because he's always going to be an issue. And I guess we go for a piercing strike here. Yeah, there's no reason to not. There we go. Alright, Cassia, you're looking a little better now. And you have a bit more room to maneuver, so... We're going to leave this barrier up here. We're going to move Cassia over here. And we want the rear to actually be over by...
If I may.
Argenta now. And I can't really get Ignatious to do a good spot, but I think I can actually get him to do something good. So let's actually buff him.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
It's time to make Ignatious nuke somebody.
Being ordered around.
Because Ignatious moves 3 squares. We've actually got a special perk here if we want to use it. I mean, it's a heroic action. Why not, right? Gains up to 6 targets within 6 cell, dealing 64 damage to each enemy. It would clear the board of 2 enemies at least. There we go. And technically, it doesn't count as an attack, so we can just escalate this. We increase the damage on the combat server, and then nuke him for Oblivion. Unfortunately, fire damage is not something that actually works on these guys. The fact that I'm able to get 18 burn off is a miracle. Alright. This guy is now considered a front line, so...
If I may.
Put that there. And Argenta's probably just gonna pelt him.
This is why I was
there
chosen.
We go. Done. Easy peasy. Chaplain is deserving carnage, unfazed. Dens, would you approve of a funeral like this? Now what? What are you gonna do with Fidelio? The servitor woman is standing still. Feels as if her dead eyes are staring at Dagon's corpse. It could be mere coincidence. There's still the unresolved matter of Dens' inheritance. The rightful heir can't exactly be made to use it, as you can see. Thanks to your hard work, the other claimants have no more claims to lay. Want to take the fortune for yourself? I think Dens would say you're welcome to it. They like people like you. People with gumption. Let it be so. Chaplain nods, then he glances at the servitor woman. What about her? Take care of her, Chaplain. Let her live the rest of her life as peacefully as possible. I will spare no effort. And now, I would like to say goodbye to my old friend. I imagine the crematorium has got its furnaces up and running already, but I feel it would be kind of sad just to shove Dens in there, like that. He was known as Jerry Can Dens, and he loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burnt. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerry can of promethium on footfall. Fitting. Chaplain gives you a sidelong glance. Want to stay in launch? With pleasure. Well then, let's get started, I guess. Anything for a true devout follower of the Emperor. Even if he is a pirate. And with it, a level. And a lot of bodies. This is the more brutal way to go about it if you want. These bracelets grant the wearer 5 bonus tech use and increase the damage from flame weapons by 3. You also get the Ripper, a few other things here and there. There's also the Mesh Vest, which is heretical, so there you go.
Know your duty.
Better purge the enemy, naturally. I could have given it to somebody, but profit margins are necessary to increase your value of growth. So it was bound to happen one day. Regardless, the results speak for themselves. We've done in the enemy. That's good enough for me. And I guess right now I can quickly...
Do the ignorant.
I guess I can quickly go
Do you
medkit.
think my body was suffering?
Let's give
There is life in
Cassie
you
a
yet.
1.
Use it wisely.
House
Follow my
Orcelio
steps.
There we go.
thanks you.
Now we just equip another medkit. And level
With
up.
each step, I forge my
Let's
destiny
save.
among the stars.
And let's see what level up we can do here. Alright. Alright, we first got the Executioner thing. Let's see. I can either take a new power, if I so desire, or I can go for something else entirely. A heal wouldn't be a bad idea, considering what we're capable of. Because we do take injuries at sometimes, so it might not be bad to consider. But at the same time, branching out our powers wouldn't be a bad idea either. If I go with Sanctic Powers, I would be able to get some decent abilities. Let's see, what else do we have? Executioner immediately inflicts bleeding on an ally of their choice, including themselves. The ally gains a +5 Medicaid divided by 10 bonus to dodge and 3 additional MP until the bleeding ends for any reason. They'll start their next turn. The Executioner gains bonus to parameters for each creature, enemy, or ally in combat suffering from the following damage over time effects. Burning is toughness bonus divided by 2 dodge per creature. Bleeding is toughness divided by 2 armor. And Toxin is 1 deflection per creature, up to a maximum toughness bonus. Kind of useless to us. Next Executioner's next range attack or Psychic Staff ability inflicts a damage over a time effect that targets all. Over a time effect on all targets hit. However, this effect depends on the attack damage type. Physical damage inflicts Toxin, energy damage inflicts Burning. All enemies suffering from damage over time effects in a 4-cell radius around the Executioner immediately suffer an extra instance of damage from these effects. Executioner replaces 30% of maximum wounds of their wounds with the same number of temporary wounds until the end of combat. While the Executioner has temporary wounds all of their melee attacks and damage over time effects deal additional 30% maximum wounds % damage. So if I were to say... Yeah, let's close the interface. So say if I were to have 50. Using 50 as an example. Yeah, 50 total wounds. Well, no, let's go 100, make it easy for calculation. If I had 100 wounds, I'd get 30 wounds from this. And I would get 30% of my maximum wounds in damage. So I'd get an additional 30 damage with Reckless Abandon. This could actually be very scary if I use it with Invigorate. Because if I can use that or Regeneration or any sort of heal ability, this could actually do some serious damage output. I'm not going to get it now because right now it's not at its full potential. But later on in the tree, this could nuke somebody. So I'm going to go with Sanctic Powers for now. Because I do want to at least get the benefits of Concentrated Faith. just branch out my options. I'm probably going to avoid telepathy because it doesn't really align with what I want. So yeah, we're going to go Sanctic Powers. So we've basically got the whole setup of psychic powers across the board, which is interesting to think about. Gains 10 plus 2 times number of yellow stacks parry until their next turn. Whenever the Vanguard parries an attack, they immediately make an attack opportunity with a minus 20 penalty to weapon skill against that enemy. Okay. Follow my lead. Vanguard and all their allies in a 3-cell radius around them gain 3 plus number of unyielding beacon stacks, temporary wounds. All affected targets suffer 50% less damage from the attack. Effects last until the start of Vanguard's next turn. Nope. I'm going to go with defensive stance. This is just going to make us even better in melee, so that's just going to help us be better. We also get some more defensive abilities, I wager, so that's going to be nice. We won't see power armor for a while, but Abelard is probably one of the few who's probably going to start wearing power armor. So it's in our best interest to keep going. Common talents will not do much, but we can increase the health of Abelard just to increase his survivability, if we want to. That's assuming I want to, but honestly, I don't think that's really needed. Flame weapon attacks cost 1 AP less to use. 1 AP minimum. Fire damage suffered by the enemies currently mobilized or slowed by this character's Weber is increased. Okay, no. Yeah, no, the best one is probably It Will Not Die. It's just going to get us more extra HP, so that's just a safe choice. We've now got a few stratagems that we can employ if we so desire. Or we can get some more special powers from her psionics, which is equally as good. Combat locus. For 1 round, the targeted area's bonuses are doubled. All other tactical areas are discharged and cannot be used this turn, but can be designated again next round. I'm gonna say no for now. But I am definitely going to grab either Glimpse of Fate or something else. Okay, Soul Burn, yep. Held my gaze. The enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the Navigator's next turn. I could also Mend Reality, which is equally as good. Show the Path, gives a charge ability. All incoming warp damage increased by 24. Nope. Honestly, Waking Nightmare isn't really as good as I wanted it to be. I would much prefer Glimpse of Fate. But for now, we're gonna go with Held in My Gaze. It may seem like a shoddy ability compared to the power that is her AoE blast, but having the ability to mobilize an enemy is just going to help against bosses, so there's no reason to not turn that, or there's no reason to ignore that. Alright. Let's see. Alright, Death Whisper. The assassin makes an attack that does not count towards the limit of attacks per turn, does not block the assassin's movement, but deals only 25% of the assassin's usual damage. If the attack is successful, the target suffers the hemorrhage effect. Deals lethality divided by 10 rending damage, so it ignores armor and deflection at the beginning of each of the target's turns. Pretty good. The assassin can move through enemies and gain 6 dodge and 3 dodge reduction. Their attacks deal 10% more damage. Partial cover provides an assassin with 50% cover efficiency. And this is only for one round, but having the ability to become the lowest priority target is actually really good for her. Poised to Strike. The assassin makes the enemy suffer minus 12 armor and 2 deflection. Minus 2 deflection until the end of turn. Eh. If the assassin has not dashed through any enemies, at the end of their turn, they gain 6 cover efficiency to their cover until the assassin moves. After the first use, the assassin can use this ability again for free. I think the biggest thing is movement. So, for any Death Dancer, you need to have a lot of movement if you want to do a lot of damage. I think that's pretty common for most melee units. Having the ability to maneuver is, like, very important. But I digress. Alright, let's see. Advanced Tracking. For one round, the Servo Swarm gains 10 Fellowship and Intelligence. The effects triggered by its signal abilities affect targets for one additional round. Okay. If the signal is replaced with another signal... If the signal is replaced with another signal, if the Servo Skull Swarm is destroyed, or if the affected target moves from the Servo Skull Swarm further than 4 cells away. Okay. The Overseer immediately dashes to their familiar with 2 plus Overseer Fellowship bonus cells. Medical Signal. At the start of the turn, each ally in a 4-cell radius around a Servo Skull Swarm gains 2 times Familiar Fellowship bonus wounds, and an Overseer's Medicaid divided by 2% chance. Cannot be more than 90% to remove 1 injury. Does not affect unconscious allies. This is good in general, but Pascal's Medicae is not that great, so it wouldn't be that amazing. If I check his Medicae, it's 65, so I guess it's not that bad, but damn. Yeah, that's 65 divided by 2, so that'd be like... Wait, that's on his fellowship bonus, though. His fellowship is 25, that's horrible. Okay, yeah, no. Anything that's, that is not going to be good. At the start of the turn, each enemy in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull Swarm makes a willpower with a 5 times Familiar's int bonus. Each enemy that fails considers the Servo Skull their priority target until the end of the turn. While the signal lasts, the Servo Skull Swarm's armor and dodge are increased by 2 times the, or 2 plus the Familiar int bonus percent for each enemy in the area. Interesting. Each enemy in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull makes a willpower resistance. Each enemy that fails makes a free attack against the closest creature, ally, or enemy, if possible. After that, they act normally. What is the fellowship bonus of this guy? It's 56 currently, which is pretty wild. Okay. And strategic adaptation. Depending on the Familiar's number of wounds, the Overseer or the Familiar gains special benefits. 50% wounds or more, the Overseer deals 2 times Overseer perception bonus % more damage. Their next attack. If it kills the target, it does not count towards the attack limit per turn. The next 3 hits against a Familiar have their damage reduced. Okay. I'm going to go with Provocation Signal, I think. This seems like a very interesting choice. And while it's nothing like Consolidation, or Medicae, or Priority Signal, Provocation has the chance to just deal with enemies through indirect methods. So if it does work, Pascal's doing his job. So that's good enough. I'm playing him more like a support in this case. Alright, let's see. What do we get for Argenta now? It only deals 36%, which is 4 times ballistic skill bonus plus perception bonus. Interesting. After each third enemy killed by Claim the Bounty Hunter recovers 1 charge of Hunt Down the Prey. If Claim the Bounty kills a target marked as prey, the Bounty Hunter receives 2 AP. Let's see. The Bounty Hunter's next turn, whenever an ally attacks a target marked as prey, this attack deals 4% additional damage and gains half the Bounty Hunter's current bonuses to critical hit chance. Critical damage, granted by Hunt Down Prey. I see. Bounty Hunter designates an enemy in a 10-cell radius as trailed and finishes its turn. If an ally kills a trailed enemy, the Bounty Hunter gains an extra turn after that ally's turn, with all AP and MP remaining from the moment the Bounty Hunter used Hot on the Trail. The Bounty Hunter gains an additional 2 plus target difficulty tier divided by 2 MP. Cooldown of Hot on the Trail is reset. I'm going to go with Cold the Bold. It deals an additional 5 damage. The target armor will be reduced by 3 times target difficulty tier % against all the Bounty Hunter's attacks until the end of combat. And if the target's armor against the attack is below 20%, The target's dodge is also reduced by 3 times target difficulty tier against all the bounty hunter's attack until the end of combat. Additional damage of the bounty hunter attack is increased to 9 as well. Prey. If the target of the attack is marked as prey, its armor and dodge are also reduced against the attacks of the bounty hunter's allies. Interesting. So yeah, Cull the Bold is going to get us extra damage. Claim the Bounty is an extra attack if we so desire. I think it might be worthwhile to consider Claim the Bounty at least. Because an extra attack is going to do more than deal extra damage, so... We also... Well... Let's go Cull the Bold. More damage seems better in this case, but I digress. Rambling aside, we've managed to get some rep out of this.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Whether this was a good path or not, I don't know, but we're doing the best that we can, so... Whatever. Let's save here.
Let us walk this path.
Carnival
to the
Barker,
end.
huh? We're gonna save. They don't really look like Xenos, do they? But who knows? They might be. This young man is clearly making every effort to look dapper. His fashionable clothes are practically new, and his hair is well groomed. What ruins this impression is the poorly scrubbed off stains from his leaky implants. The fit of the jacket, which clearly made for someone else. He gives you a beaming smile and says, his voice ringing, "Your lordship, what an incredible honor. This humble collection is hardly likely to impress you, a rope trader, conqueror of stars. This is the best one on footfall." What kind of collection is this? Dangerous, vicious, and ruthless xenobeasts, caught red-handed as they were attempting to commit evil deeds against the Imperium. But right now they're harmless. Our cages can withstand their rage, but I wouldn't recommend getting too close. These aren't Xenos. These are mutants in makeup. The man's smile dimmed, but only for a moment. Not Xenos, you say? I'm sure there must be some mistake. I'll check the shipping list myself, rest assured. His words are oozing with greenish-yellow hues. I do not think the promise will be kept. Such entertainment is lucrative precisely because billions of Materian subjects have never encountered a Xenos in their life. Ignorance and curiosity create colossal demand. That's what I was taught. I can see that the lesson was truthful. You know what I see? Heresy. These exhibits must burn, and you will burn along with them. Wait, the police! A cruel choice, but
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
it is heresy to be doing that. Alright, we got some goods here, it seems. Just into forms of various odds and ends, that sort of thing. Nothing too crazy. I don't think there's much else here, so I guess we'll see what's going on here with all these individuals, if you will. Save here. Go up.
Know your duty.
I mean, they say all is good, but I don't know. And what's out here? Hello. And that is basically the center of footfall. The Emperor's thing. Okay. I don't think there's much else around here worth mentioning, aside from the aristocrats, but, you know.
The Kazbaraka trade Xeno artifacts on footfall. Them fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
Oh well. Guess we'll see what happens. To the Legion's Palace. Off we go. My patience. You remember the way out. Dismissed. The tall man in the suit of gray clothes makes a show of looking past the woman he is addressing. Vladim. What has he put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an imperial clerk. Not one of us. The woman who was standing with her, back to you, lets out an audacious sigh. Then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladim? Balko has it, doesn't he? That's how you do business with your old friends these days. So you don't remember? Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Gary, just move. The massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows at Amescus and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time. First an insult, now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads towards the exit. As she passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, and immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. The tall man, who has long since noticed your presence, is studying you intently. Vladim Tokara, Liege of Footfall. Let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. I was expecting a welcome more befitting a visit of... Let's just go. Please follow me. While you are engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Takara. His expression is aloof and focused. His gestures curt and firm. His speech calm and quiet, as though he's used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he has been studying you for, in turn, this whole time. Vladim straightens his chair and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, Let's talk business. On behalf of the lead of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord Vladim. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. Thank you, Liege. A terrible loss for us all. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. It was a bold move on your part to announce yourself as a new rogue trader on the Von Valencius dynasty, despite not yet having your status confirmed by anyone of import from the Imperium. I appreciate such traits in people. It's good to understand who you're dealing with. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who was that woman? The warden threw out. Vladim's expression hardens, and he makes a frustrated gesture. A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Hidari, a small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end. It's strange. A small-time hustler, Even a particularly audacious one wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. What seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She's irrelevant. Since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all of its worthy residents. I was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt. A show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters. Impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say that there's a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Abners are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later, we will find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' enthusiasm. Behind a carefully built facade composure, you sense anger. It appears this man is not used to losing control. That's exactly what's happening. I'd like to know more about the Avner's gang. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I haven't gotten around to the Avners yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. When their leaders die, the rest will scatter. I am sorry for the loss of your assistant. What? Your words seemed to perplex him for a moment, but his face remains cold. Oh, that. Yes. Her death was a regrettable development. Has Proctor Anthkar visited you recently by chance? Shortly before you did. He was interested in certain sensitive information, which I happen to possess, and he also required access to the dock cogitators containing logging and administration data. Naturally, I offered my full cooperation and provided the esteemed arbitrators with a designated area at the docks where they could work away from the bustle and din of the crowd. I assume that is where the Proctor is at the moment. What is the situation in the region? Troubling. The Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Cronus Expanse have departed from the sector border to combat the Xenos threat. There have been no word from them for a while now. Then again, with the distance of the current issues with Astropass, that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we are not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts lead me to believe the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in Cronus Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. I see. Has there been any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board would make for a decent fighting force. That's not even to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's custom officials. For us here, Xenos are more of a source of income than a threat. You should consider your words more carefully. A mission like that sounds dangerously close to heresy. I hear you. You must have misunderstood. What I meant was, loyal servants of the Emperor often trade their spoils here on Footfall, including those claimed in battles with otherworldly beasts. Any of their forms of interaction with Xenos are, of course, persecuted without mercy. And what sort of patronage do you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with the warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixus sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have yet returned. The last ship that came through the Maw on the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. The jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You have heard of period of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Chronos Expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Blatham's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has a profound effect on the Maw. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repaired shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves, and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valentius would assist us in signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally. I tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry. And as for the esteemed Caligus Winterscale, instead of food shipments from him, I received a transport, the Navica packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. How many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale. And so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. Though Footfall is cut off from all of its shipments, local gangs are running wild, and local hustlers are throwing tantrums in your residence. Are you positive you're in control of the situation? You are very perceptive. Well, now you know what you're buying. The situation is difficult, but should you decide to offer your support, you'll forget about the existence of trading hubs other than Footfall, because you won't have more loyal friends anywhere else. And what are the terms? It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile words, Janus. I imagine I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the Von Valentius Protectorate, in exchange for fair payment. I'll help Footfall, but not out of desire of profit. I've no interest in obtaining any favors in kind or becoming your patron. Only saving people lives. Blasm's gaze is slightly distrustful. Such charity is a rare sight in the Chronos Expanse. Even figures as powerful as rogue traders do not show it often. Thank you, your lordship. I'm just going to speed through the rest of the dialogue here. To do... Okay. Let's get to business. Why not? Let's see what he has for sale. He's got fewer medkits, plasma grenades, and stub revolvers. We'll buy all available, because we can. But we're probably not going to be focusing into the Kaspala mission to begin with anyways, so we're just going to be avoiding them for a while. But we've done our job. That's as much as we need to do.
The Divine watches over us.
Let's see. Don't see anything here. Nothing here. Lord Captain, I'm pleased to report that the inspections have been completed, and all identified system failures have been resolved. Void ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for further instructions. There are also a number of issues that need to be addressed. We also received word from Proctor Solomon Anthar The arbitrator whose squad received from Rykad Minoris has requested an audience with you, and said he'll be waiting at Footfall docks. Okay. There's even more to have at. Let's see if there's anything else here. I don't think there is. It's just a bit of a wander around here. Nothing too crazy. But, yeah. Let's see. What we're going to do real quick is just swap this staff to the holy staff that we got. We've got the sanctified staff. We're going to swap it to that. This is going to give us a nice juicy boost to our willpower and fellowship. And because we got the sanctic powers, we're actually going to be slowly increasing our... Yeah, if we use this, we can increase everybody's resolve based on our based on our psi rating, which is divided by 2. But we do get 2 psi rating at least here. Every additional stack of this effect increases resolve bonus by 2. So it's a minuscule bonus, but I think it's actually good for us, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna hold to that. Okay, we're gonna save here. And I do believe a battle is going to ensue, if I remember my information correctly.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
A well-groomed young man calls out to you. He is clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Your lordship, I humbly ask for a minute of your time. I am Bastion Demira Bastel Corda, youngest cousin of House Corda, envoy of Incendia Bascal Corda, rogue trader of the Cronus Expanse by the grace of the most holy emperor. Corda, They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Cronus Expanse, but not on Footfall. This station is under control of House Winterscale. Something tells me we are about to hear the most curious offer. What do you wish to speak with me about? A matter of the utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladim almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in arrangements of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valencia's protectorate is famed for the abundance of its main agri-lord, Janus. It'd be odd for him not to seize such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Corda dynasty pursues its own interests in Footfall. We've already announced our terms to Liege, but he is stalling. I imagine in hopes of getting a better deal out of you. The Corda dynasty believes that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladim, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Corda dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contract, as well as certain other prerequisites. Everyone benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars, and less with divvying up profits among themselves. Argenta says this disapprovingly, but quietly enough as to not interrupt the negotiations. Especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium worlds is at stake, even one as such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Benin, teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath should the negotiation prove fruitless? Or the wrath of House von Valencius? So you're seeking to rob the station blind, a station that is facing famine, and you're proposing that I join in your little feast of vultures. It has simply been a business, honest and straightforward. Footfall is a den of bandits and privateers. They may not be outright heretics, but they are far from the light of the Imperium. I should be grateful that the rogue traders allowed the den to exist in the first place. Demanding fair payment from them is only right. Bastian smiles and opens his mouth to offer another piece of sugar-coated courtesy, when suddenly...
before the faithful.
Spare none of them!
Alright, we've got some thugs here, it seems. Lovely. Well, it was bound to happen, so I'm not too surprised. Alright, Pascal, we want you... Alright, let's have Pascal here. And, well, I can get Pascal here, if need be. Cabela will go here. Argenta specifically, I think she'd be safest here, specifically. For us, in particular, we're going to take to the back end for now. Cassia. Yeah, Cassia will just have her over here. It's the safest spot we're going to get for her. Alright. Cassia. To start with, we should set up our zones. First, we're going to want our front line up here. We will have our rear be here. It's not ideal, but it will be better than nothing.
Navigator, not a servitor.
And then we'll have a back line here. So if we ever need to, we can actually go back here and get some cover. We'll have Cassia move... Well, first, let's give Abelard a bit of a boost.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
We'll activate this power here. And we can activate the defensive stance, which is going to give us boost to parry. And we're going to want to taunt. So we'll taunt with these two in mind. There we go.
I've
We'll
seen
go here.
worse battles than this in my time.
Alright, Cassia, we would then activate a boost on Ignatious here. That's going to give him a bonus, and then we just got a choice of damage. I'm going to go for this After Thug here.
A job for this as duty demands?
We're just going to use this to pelt damage out to the enemy. This is just going to help us do some benefits here. And we'll go from there. Alright, Cabela. It is now her turn. If we are able to deal with these Afner thugs, that'd be ideal, but we don't really have the movement for her to deal with them. So we're going to actually move over to deal with these Afner thugs. So we're going to start by moving over here. We will then jump into this corner here.
The shadows will let your soul be purged.
Base lethality. Alright, we are going to activate... We do this? No, but we can do this. Alright.
The other side awaits.
Okay, we can dash further up, or we can dash back. No, let's use acrobatic artistry to get back. Probably for the best that we return to our spot here. Okay, cover here. We ideally want to focus on this guy here. We'll start by giving everybody some more... Yeah, we'll give everybody some resolve here.
And so shall it be done.
There we go. Activate where it hurts. Do we want to get some more analyze stacks? I guess it'd be best if we do that for this guy. Just to increase the amount of damage we do.
The Emperor commands.
I could also do this, which has the potential to do some serious damage output. It does 1 to 40 damage. Attack damage dealt by this attack to allies is reduced by that ally's resolve. Or I could do 29 to 30 damage, which I'm going to do this. There we go. That really hurts their troops. And we've got dodge and parry here. I'm going to increase the dodge and parry of Cabela specifically, because she's the one that would suffer the most if I were to let her go. And there.
Let's make it quick.
Ow!
Let's get to it. Pain and duty go hand
Wait,
in
did I
hand.
get hurt? No, I didn't. Okay, thank God. It was the guard that got hurt. Alrighty. Let's first activate Furious Recital here. This is going to guarantee a kill here. We can use this to... First, let's activate
As
this.
the Emperor commands, I act.
And then we'll follow up with another attack on this
Faith
guy.
without deeds is worthless.
Activate Call
Doubt
the
is for the
Bolt.
weak.
And then go...
As
Ow.
the Emperor...
Hey.
I'll do it.
Alright, we use Run and Gun here to get some extra damage.
Faith without...
Pop a shot there. And then we got to target a high-profile target, preferably. Can't really target much of them. Really should have targeted that guy, but whatever. I'll just leave the target on one of these guys for now. There you go.
I act.
That'll be enough.
Time to slaughter someone.
Alright, Afner Thug really tries to get at us. The guard's going to start moving. Alright, Pascal, it's time for you to move. Let's move Pascal over here. Gonna have my servitor move here. I could do this, which will guarantee some kills here, which is perfectly fine. There we go, and we'll do provocation protocol here. These guys will start attacking each other, most likely. Alright, Abelard, we're gonna have him.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call.
Okay,
It will be
activate
done.
Endure. I'll charge out here,
Victory is
because I do want to get a juicy taunt
At your
off,
beck
just
and
to
call.
get everybody get everybody's attention on Abelard.
what you got.
Flesh is weak,
Ow.
yet iron knows no
Here
pain.
we go.
just a minor setback.
Yep. No damage, that's fine. They're going to try their best to take me out, or at least take Abelard out, considering what he's doing. But because of the way he's positioned himself, he's going to parry quite a bit of attacks. Stun grenade. Lovely.
Damage is negligible.
Alright, some guards come out to lend a hand. Okay, let's start with moving Cassia over here. Cassia will nuke out the Avner thug here.
Insist, Lord Captain.
There we go. Alright, let's give Pascal an extra turn here.
Not a servitor.
Yeah, let's put this front line over here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And yeah, let's give Argenta a turn. There we go.
Being ordered around.
You can either guarantee a kill. Let's go for this guy.
Eradicated.
There we go. And we're just going to give an extra turn to Ignatious here.
Your death in colors.
Alright. This guy's going to burn to death, so no need to worry too much.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Alright, there we go.
Rejoice
Do these two.
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Alright. How's your stats looking, bud? You're bleeding, but that's fine. We can just beat you up.
I will not be deterred.
Here we go. Alright.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Alright. We're gonna have Ignatious move forward.
Like dust beneath my feet. And
Beef
so
up a bit
shall
more.
it be
There we
done.
go.
Rejoice.
Activate
in
where it
service.
hurts. We're going to nuke down the Avner specialist.
Let this be the warning to all who
There we
oppose
go.
us.
Let's see, how's Abelard looking? We're gonna need to buff him a little bit, so let's do that.
And so shall it be done.
Can't reach him with that. So I guess I give that to Cabela. Yeah, Cabela does not have the arm boost, so there you go. And what's my dodge bonus now? It's 140 because the stacks of the Psyker footwear are starting to pick up, which is getting ridiculously fun. Ooh. Abelard took a blow. That's fine, though.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay.
Faith without none can escape the
Take
Emperor's
one out,
judgment.
and then take the other
I'll
out.
do it. Each strike is a prayer.
There we go.
Let's get to it.
Guards start moving. Alright.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar unit. The Omnissiah knows all.
Hey.
Comprehends all.
I think I accidentally heard Abelard in that, but that's fine.
Running binaric override.
There we go.
I've suffered worse.
Alright, let's taunt here. We're gonna quickly swap over to a this. And we're just gonna blow some fire here.
This one.
Swap over to sword and board. Endure.
Let's get to it.
Alrighty. More guards coming in. Let's get Pascal sorted. We'll sort this out here. There we go. Can't really target her with the gaze, but I can do this.
Isn't this
Give
a job for the
Pascal an
serfs?
extra turn. I will relocate our. We'll get the relocation set up. Move over here. And go for a swing. There we go. And we'll do this just to reduce warp.
If I may.
There we go. That reduces the warp pain. Good enough for me. Alright, now, if I'm quick enough, I should be able to dart past everybody here.
Retribution.
Really fast, no less.
I shall not fail.
So I use Dance Macabre to get really far, and then I use it again to close the distance here. Then I use Death Waltz. But not before activating Captivate Audience. Let's aim for the opening here. And begin.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
Alright, that's another dodge. That's fine.
My blade whispers your name.
Oof. That's a lot of jumps, damn.
The shadows will see it. Killing.
There we go.
No pleasure.
But yeah, no, the Death Waltz does a lot of attacks, as you can tell. That's fun. Well, at least we dealt with them.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
We'll quickly grab the loot here, and I guess we will wrap it up for today, I guess? Sounds like a reasonable choice. Sector 2, watch your back, make sure you do not being followed. Got some stun grenades, flak armor, a few shotguns here and there. And then, of course, there is this individual here, who has a sniper rifle, synth skin, which gives you 5 dodge if your agility is high enough. I don't want to put them in cargo, though. And we get a +10 to awareness with that other trinket. So that's actually going to help with our highest awareness character. So let's see. 65, 30, 35, 65. So it's a choice between giving it to Argenta or Cassia. I'm going to give it to Cassia considering she has more supportish items right now. So that's going to benefit her more, I think. Now I think about it. Isn't there like a new staff for House Orsilio here? Yeah, there's a devastating power type. But it does give 10 willpower and 5 perception as a result. The first use of an attacking navigator power per turn does not set the power on cooldown. Does not count toward the attack limit per turn. I think this is something that we replace castigating with. Well, not castigating, yeah, no, castigating it is. It deals an additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 damage to Navigator. It's a small thing, but it does matter. But I digress. I'm going to wrap it up here. We've managed to do quite a lot for today. And I guess we'll wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.